Chapter 30. Although her body was freezing, her mind was becoming clearer and clearer. No matter how low her IQ was, she could still understand the purpose of this training. She had always thought that she had trained her perception well, but today, she had shown her true form under external stimulation. Would the same situation happen the next time she was attacked by external interference? Her foundation was still not solid enough. After understanding the purpose of this training, Thea adjusted her attitude. Since she was a woman, she would not lose anything if she looked at her. She would just treat it as if she was at the beach. She tried her best not to think about the cold wind blowing on her skin and focused on exploring her surroundings. She did not know if it was because she was numb from the cold or because she had improved, but she could vaguely feel that her surroundings had quietened down. The intermittent chirping of birds became clearer. After some time, she heard Madame Shiva's voice. "Catch!" A gust of wind blew. Thea determined the direction and caught it. It seemed to be a wooden stick. "Come, let's see how much you understand. Attack me." Thea had a general understanding of this unconventional training method. She did not dare to take off her blindfold as she was afraid that the mood she maintained would disappear. She closed her eyes to block out the noise around her and tried to sense her position. She slowly approached her. When she felt that she was only 3 steps away, she fiercely struck her with the stick. As expected, Madame Shiva blocked the strike and hit her left shoulder with a backhand. "Not bad, you can be faster. There are still flaws on your left side." Again. Slap. "Your right hand is too high." Again. Slap. Slap. "Move faster." Again. This woman was too violent. Thea gritted her teeth in hatred. She felt that she had never been beaten so many times in her life. The pride she had when she fought Malcolm to a draw was gone in an instant. However, for the sake of her path of self-improvement, she tried her best to persevere and constantly adjusted her attacking posture. After being beaten for an unknown period of time, Madame Shiva's voice sounded like it came from heaven. "That's all for today. Take off your blindfold. I'll apply medicine for you." Leaning on the baton, he slowly pulled down his blindfold. It was as if he had returned from hell to the mortal world. For a moment, he felt that his surroundings were so beautiful. In anime and movies, the blind swordsmen would all appear extremely powerful. Their poses were cool and handsome, but it was all a lie. Massage was the only way out for the blind. Why would he practice swordsmanship for no reason? He touched his body. There were bruises all over his body, and he was numb. He did not feel cold. He felt pain everywhere, and there was no place that did not hurt. This elementary class was much more difficult than the previous ones. In order to stand out, what else could he do? He had to persevere. "Sit tight. I'll apply some medicine for you." While she was in a daze, she saw Madame Shiva pouring some medicine into her hands. She rubbed her hands together and was about to apply it on her shoulders. What are you doing?" Thea didn't know why she was so nervous. She only felt that she should stop her. "I'm applying medicine for you. You can't apply it on many parts of your body. Stop talking nonsense and behave yourself." Shiva didn't know why this little girl was always so shy. She just thought that the two of them were not familiar with each other, so she didn't care. Numb and hot, Thea only felt that her hands were magical. They kept moving around her body, as if there were thousands of ants running through her blood vessels and bones. It would be a lie to say that she was uncomfortable, but she really felt embarrassed. She suppressed the pleasure in her heart and was afraid that she would cry out. Her little face was red. After applying the ointment all over her body and patting it, Thea was already sweating profusely. She didn't know if this was the process in the original tutorial or the result of her imagination. Her skin's sensitivity to the environment had greatly improved. It was like a cicada sensing the wind before the wind blew. "Your progress is much faster than I expected. Let's not practice perception today. Come and fight with me." Shiva massaged Thea for a while. She was also a little hot. She felt that today's teaching mission was almost completed. She wanted to see how much Thea's combat skills had improved. Thea didn't mind. Although the hope was slim, she might be able to take revenge for the beating just now. Now that her whole body was hot, She didn't rush to put on her coat. She picked up the stick and rushed forward. The two girls quickly stood up fiercely. Thea was suppressing a wicked fire in her heart. She felt that her whole body was full of strength. Using this mysterious feeling, she used the moves that she used in the past. For a moment, Madame Shiva, who was unprepared, kept retreating. "This is so good. Thea Quinn, you are qualified to be my opponent." Madame Shiva jumped out of the circle. She took off the long windbreaker on her body, revealing the tight red vest inside. The streamlined muscles on her arms faintly bulged. Her flat stomach also showed a beautiful mermaid's line. It turned out that when Madame Shiva was serious, she was worthy of her identity as the world's best assassin or the world's best martial artist. Thea relied on the momentum at the beginning to attack fiercely. Soon, she was defeated by exquisite martial arts and skillful skills, although she kept thinking, looking for opportunities to counterattack. In a short time, she changed 3 sets of swordsmanship and 2 sets of stick techniques. However, they were all easily defeated by Madame Shiva. "Let's fight barehanded." Thea threw the stick far away. She still didn't practice enough weapon fighting. In order to vent her anger, she could only fight barehanded. She was afraid that Madame Shiva would not cooperate, so she tried to provoke her by throwing out her weapon in advance. She thought that Madame Shiva would not be fooled by her arrogance. As she expected, Madame Shiva threw her weapon away. However, 10 seconds later, Thea regretted it so much that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. The two of them could still fight a few rounds with weapons, but barehanded fighting was not at the same level. Madame Shiva's barehanded fighting was much better. Although Thea tried her best to persevere, she knew that she could not lose, or at least, she could not lose too badly. However, under the huge gap in strength, she was still pressed to the ground. Madame Shiva's fists were like lightning, rapidly throwing out countless punches in front of Thea's eyes. Obviously, she was holding back. If all these punches landed on Thea's face, Thea could go to Korea for plastic surgery. But why did this scene look so much like the scene of a martial artist fighting a Japanese soldier? She was lying on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. It looked like the Japanese soldier who was beaten up. Thea blurted out, "Wing Chun. Little Thea, you have good taste. Do you want to learn?" Lady Shiva had already returned to her normal state from her battle state. Although her tone was still cold, she was no longer as unapproachable towards Thea as she was at the start. Instead, there was a hint of ridicule in her tone. Wing Chun also existed in this world. Come to think of it, it did exist. Oliver had once hit a wooden dummy with a loud bang. Why wouldn't she learn? In this world where there was no internal energy or qigong, it was crucial to find a set of boxing that was suitable for her. Chapter 31. Although Thea was eager to learn Wing Chun, there was no time to learn it today. Although Thea was working independently, it was not good to be too late. "Master Shiva, can I call you sister? I feel like calling you master will make you look old." After the fight, the two of them had become much closer. She didn't notice it earlier, but now that she was free, she looked at her beautiful lines and perfect body proportions. This kind of beauty that was different from male muscles was very enviable to Thea. Shiva knew that she was deliberately trying to get close to her, but she was not disgusted. "Up to you. It's just a name anyway." "Sister, can I train to have abs like yours?" Thea said as she gently stroked her smooth lower abdomen with her fingers. It was firm, soft, and full of strength. So beautiful. Shiva felt a little strange when she was touched by her, but she quickly covered it up. "Take your time, little girl." She put on her coat and walked out of the valley slowly. They agreed to continue the next day. Thea turned 16 last month and successfully got her driver's license. However, she had not decided on a car yet. She just randomly picked a Ford from the company. On the way back to the base, Thea felt that there were all kinds of noises around her. No wonder Madame Shiva always went deep into the mountains and forests. The noise in the city really affected one's perception. The stronger one's perception was, the greater the impact. Was she going to develop a decibel filter earmuff in the future? She slowly drove the car back to the software department of the former factory. From afar, she saw a red figure waving at her. "Hey, Thea, come here." "What's wrong, Felicity?" "Good news. The facial recognition software is finally done." She had been depressed for the past few days. Developing and upgrading software was very exciting, but rewriting from a higher version to a lower version was extremely boring. Therefore, it was indeed good news for her that she could continue to write brainwave acquisition programs in the future. "It's good news for you, but not for me. Also, I'm tired and hungry now. Bring me a Big Bailey burger. We'll talk about the rest when I wake up." After the software was completed, they still had to continue coordinating with the police, contacting the media, and setting up the venue. There were too many things to do. Thea felt that her head was a little heavy and her feet were light. She sent Felicity away with a few words, closed the door, and fell asleep on the guest sofa. He had a good sleep. Outside the window, the sun was still shining. Other people were so busy that they were sprawled all over the place. It was really a kind of joy and happiness to be able to sleep in a corner. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. He casually ate a few mouthfuls of hamburger with plain water. In order to have perfect abs as soon as possible, he did not dare to drink cola now. He grabbed Felicity and went straight to the police station. Why were they going to the police station for lunch? Thea took advantage of the time when they were about to have a meal, so she could drag them out for a meal and exchange their feelings. These were all advanced experiences brought over from her previous life. When they arrived at the police station, they found Detective Lance waiting for his lunchbox. "Sir, you don't have to wait." Everyone in the police station had been dragged out by Thea to corrupt them. She had enough food and alcohol, and it was all covered by the Quinn Corporation anyway. As for whether drinking would affect the situation in the afternoon, she did not care. During the meal, Thea proposed to set up a special fund for police officers. Every officer would be able to draw a monthly allowance from the fund according to their length of service. Nowadays, the focus of society was on the sacrificed police officers. In fact, they did not know that the living were the most important. Reality proved that although the American police had many problems, such as collusion with gangs and racism, due to the proliferation of guns, the work pressure was very high. It was not a coincidence that they went to work happily in the morning and came back at night with a small box. Many police officers who could persevere were filled with a sense of justice, especially in this world where villains and aliens were everywhere. It was the most dangerous job in the world. Many citizens didn't understand why they had to do such a dangerous job. They all thought that the police were incompetent, which was why the city was so chaotic. Some of the citizens decided to stand up and fight against evil, but in the process of strengthening their bodies, some changed their minds and forgot their original intentions. They went from one extreme to another, and the vicious cycle naturally made the city darker and darker. In his 20 years as a detective, Lance had seen a lot of people who were determined to fight against gangs when they were young, but ended up being involved for various reasons. However, he was too insignificant to do anything about it. No matter what Thea's purpose was, he was very touched that she could change the current state of the police. Both sides were very satisfied. Although it wasn't to the point of kowtowing, it seemed that no one would arrest Thea for speeding and illegally stopping her car in Star City. Back at the police station, Felicity and the technicians worked together to install facial recognition software. Under the cross-comparison algorithm, they found the two fugitives who had been on the run for a long time in less than 10 minutes. Although the two had changed their faces, their facial features and body movements were still captured by the computer. The two fugitives were caught without any suspense, which shocked the whole police station. Usually, it would be impossible to catch such fugitives without 10 days to half a month of investigation. The lieutenant, who had always been elusive, appeared out of nowhere and praised the Quinn Group's move, thinking that it was another powerful proof of cooperation between the police and the public. He also said that he would inform the higher-ups of the police to attend the signing ceremony, and that the media would be notified by the Quinn Group. When they left the police station, Thea asked Felicity if she knew anyone from the media. Felicity said that she was a hacker and had hacked the computers of those media people before. She had done things like changing speeches and turning the screen black during live broadcasts, but she had never seen any of them. Hearing that Thea was going to meet a few media people, although they didn't know her, they still felt guilty and said that it was better for her to go by herself. After saying that, they ran away. After being abandoned by her unscrupulous comrades, Thea could only think of a way by herself. Although it was convenient to ask Moira or Old Ma for help, she always felt that it was not a big deal. Using their connections was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Looking through the phone book, Thea could not help but sigh. She knew too few people, and there were only a few who came and went. Although she was unwilling, she could only ask Tommy for help. She didn't know if Old Ma told her the truth or not, but she had never figured out her position with Tommy. She didn't know if they should maintain their original relationship as friends or as siblings. Moreover, she didn't know if her identity as an illegitimate daughter would affect Tommy, the son of the first wife. In the past, as long as Tommy picked up the phone, he would come immediately, but this time he waited for an hour. Just when Thea was wondering if he knew the truth and broke up with her, young Master Tommy, wearing sunglasses and holding a cane, walked in front of her like Daredevil. Chapter 32. Tommy, who used to be cheerful, looked like a frosted eggplant this time. He barely managed to greet her. "Hey Thea, you must have been waiting for a long time." Looking at the man with sunglasses and a cane in front of her, it was hard to believe that this was the same Tommy who used to be in high spirits. "Dude, where did you go? Cosplay as Daredevil? You must have entered the wrong set. Don't tell me that both of your faces are quite similar. Both of you have long faces." Thea remembered that when she met Laurel a few days ago, Tommy was still very energetic. How did he become like this in just 3 days? The original plot had changed significantly. Was he blind? Thea stared at his sunglasses for a long time. She couldn't decide whether she should get up and help him sit down. She could only ask hesitantly, "Your eye?" "Oh, it's nothing. It's just a bump." Tommy took off his sunglasses to show that he wasn't blind, and then quickly put them back on. Looking at Tommy's eye socket, Thea almost spat out the coffee in her mouth. His left eye was obviously punched, and his right eyelid was also swollen. Did Laurel hit him? Did domestic violence also exist in this world? "Did you quarrel with Laurel?" Thea asked tentatively. "Quarrel? No. Oh, it's..." Tommy was stunned at first, but quickly realized what Thea meant. He hurriedly explained, "My dad found a master to train me. You know that I have to protect Laurel, right?" Tommy had a basic sense of confidentiality. He certainly couldn't say that his dad had personally trained him and made up a master. But how could Thea believe that? Star City was definitely the novice village of the DC world. There were only a few people who could be called experts. It was already surprising enough that a strange Miss Shiva had popped out of nowhere. How could there be more? Realizing that Old Ma had started to train Tommy and the plot had begun to deviate from the original track, Thea did not know whether she should be happy or sad. Her mood was a little complicated and she could only talk about business first. When Tommy heard that it was just a few media companies, it was not difficult for him at all. After being a playboy for so many years, he had never done anything serious. However, he had gotten to know quite a lot of people. Regardless of whether he was friends with them or not, at least he was familiar with them. He knew quite a number of people, such as the son of the station head and the niece of the host. After a few calls, the other party expressed that they were willing to negotiate. Thea did not express her gratitude for Tommy's help. There was no need for her to be courteous with him, be it friendship or blood relations. Seeing Tommy's body swaying back and forth, Thea hurriedly sent him home to rest. If he fell down in the cafe, people would think that he was trying to scam her. "Do you want me to send you back?" Old Ma never told him the truth, so Thea didn't know how to address him. She could only use "you" to refer to him. No, I can do it." Tommy stumbled to the door. Whether it was the customers or the staff of the cafe, they all automatically made way for him, afraid that he would fall down without a word. There was even a kind person at the door who opened it for him, indicating that he should leave quickly and never come back again. Tommy took 2 steps out and then turned back. The whole cafe was on guard. "Thea, you have to be careful. There is a dark force rising in Star City. My father was injured by them." Tommy lowered his voice and said to Thea, "Who injured him this time?" Whether Old Ma was a good person or not, he treated her well. At least he was much better than Madame Shiva, the violent woman. When she heard that he was injured, Thea was naturally concerned. Again, Tommy automatically ignored the subject in front of him and noticed this word. Could it be that his father had been injured before? Oh, where is Uncle Merlin injured? Thea vaguely guessed something, but she still wanted to confirm it. A knife wound under his ribs. It's a very serious wound. It's about 10 centimeters long. Oh my, this old liar. Isn't that the wound that I made? What dark force. He really knows how to make up stories. Looking at Tommy's reaction, Thea knew that Malcolm was playing the trick of injuring himself to gain her sympathy. Or rather, he was using the current situation to put on a show. He came up with a mysterious force out of thin air for the sake of harmony between father and son. Thea criticized Old Ma's foresight. In fact, she had wronged Old Ma. This was the result of improvising. The old man was now thinking about how to continue lying. Many times, for the sake of one lie, one could only continue to make up another lie. In the end, the lie would become bigger and bigger until the truth was revealed. Although Tommy said that she did not need to send him home, Thea still drove him home. She had had enough. She wanted to talk to Old Ma about everything. Even if he did not admit it, at least he would not feel so bad. At this time, Malcolm was resting with his eyes closed. He was so busy recently that he did not have time to think about the plan to exterminate the poor in Star City. In order to raise his son, he had spent a lot of energy. Even if he could not achieve anything, it was all worth it to improve the relationship between father and son. Hey, Uncle Merlin, I heard that you're injured. Is it serious? I'm here to see you. Suddenly, he heard a clear and familiar voice in his ear. He quickly opened his eyes. Thea, why is she here? He looked carefully at the teasing expression on her face and immediately understood what she meant. Through his knife wound, she had confirmed that Malcolm and Black Arrow were the same person. This was not a problem. He had only changed his identity out of caution. However, when he saw Tommy next to her, he realized that his lie had been exposed. The victim's family had come knocking on his door. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Thea, long time no see. Thank you for your concern. I'm much better now. Thea pointed at Tommy with her chin and gave Old Ma a look, which meant that he should hurry up and tell the truth. Everyone was here today. Malcolm had been thinking about this problem for a long time. Tommy was full of love and missed his mother. If he knew that he had cheated on him, their relationship as father and son would be completely broken. There would be no chance for them to continue. It was impossible to stop halfway, so he could only drag it on. In response to Thea's look, he could only shake his head violently when Tommy was not paying attention. At least not now. Although Thea was dissatisfied with his dissatisfaction, she could only maintain her respect. What if she was too enthusiastic and was misunderstood as robbing his property? He changed the topic and said in a strange tone, I heard that you were injured by the dark forces in the city. Can you tell me more about it? Yes, father. When I asked you, you said that you were injured by a woman. You haven't told me the details yet. Tommy gave a beautiful assist. Oh, which woman did it? Hurry up and tell us the details. Thea looked at the sky and said unhappily. Malcolm had never been so embarrassed in his life. He was squeezed by his children's words. He wanted to go up, but he couldn't go down. He was caught red-handed when he made up a lie. Now that he was the victim, how could he continue lying? Chapter 33. It was dark that day, and I was discovered by a woman. She was wearing a long trench coat and had long black hair. She had a long knife in her hand, and then... Thea listened with a strange expression on her face. Was he talking about Ms. Shiva? Dad, you're really good at bullshitting. She gave Malcolm a thumbs up when Tommy wasn't looking, implying that he was really good. Malcolm couldn't say anything now, so he could only hold on. He was afraid that they would ask more embarrassing questions, so he used the excuse of dizziness to send them away. Since he didn't want to tell the truth, they could only let him be. Thea said goodbye to Tommy and contacted several media outlets. The matter went smoothly. Thea and Tommy's family background played a key role, and the media outlets that received the invitation all said that they would participate in this great event. 3 days later, the Star City Police Station and Quinn Group officially held a signing ceremony. At this time, the main character of the meeting was naturally not Thea. After all, the CEO was still Moira. She had only briefly told her mother about the police fund, and neither of them paid much attention to it because the money was really not much, and compared to the good reputation they would gain, it was a drop in the bucket. Watching her mother on the stage talking about the various contributions and sacrifices that the police station had made to Star City, and looking forward to the beautiful scenery of the future, one had to admit that Moira was really talented in politics. Her words were like a spring breeze, and people were unconsciously influenced by her. She believed that if she were to enter politics in the future, what she had done today would be a good start. In order not to steal her mother's limelight, Sia was dressed very casually today. She threw away the damn business suit and changed into a t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes. She was dressed like a girl next door, and her long hair was tied into a beautiful ponytail. Felicity sat next to Thea. She was disgusted by this kind of political show, but because she was bored, she also came to join in the fun. The two whispered a few words from time to time. From afar, it looked like the two girls were talking about some private matters. It was a very warm and gentle scene, but if you listened carefully to their whispers, your jaw would break. Haven't you solved the problem of the missile? Without a weapon, it's useless no matter how fast it flies. I'm anxious too, but it's really difficult. To take out the weapon, I need 3 people to sign, and there's also a password lock that changes every day. It's really hard to do. I can hack into the password lock and change the agreement. By the way, your software sucks. Don't stare at me. I'm telling the truth. Only you can solve the problem of signing the agreement. How about this? Let's put the skateboard away first. I'll go rob a few gangs. They should have firearms, right? But missiles? I don't think. This was the best idea that Sia could come up with after much thought. That's a good idea. But how are you going to deal with those gangsters? Felicity made a boxing gesture. They won't fight you. I can shoot arrows. Trust me, the effective range of a pistol is only 50 meters. My arrows can shoot to 100 meters, and there's no noise. A female Robin Hood flying in the sky? That sounds cool. Felicity's eyes lit up at the mention of adventure. She couldn't wait to go back and set up the skateboard. At this time, the meeting was still in progress. Moira also wanted to expand her influence. This time, she had gathered almost all the influential people in the city. To ensure the safety of these dignitaries, the lieutenant governor transferred the entire city's police force back to the station. Although Detective Lance was a little against it, he let it go in the end. Just as Moira's final speech indicated that they could proceed with the following banquet activities. The main light of the venue went out with a pop sound. Then, the surrounding lights also made a pop sound as if they had agreed on it. For a moment, darkness shrouded the noisy hall. What's going on? John, come and protect me. Darling, come to me quickly. Police, someone stole my bag. It was chaos all around. This scene was too familiar. It had happened countless times in the movies and TV series. This was definitely done by someone. However, Thea didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to commit a crime under the watch of 1,500 police officers. She and Felicity had been sitting in the corner, so no one would do anything to her. She told her to be careful, closed her eyes, and sensed Moira's location. Then she quickly ran over. Come with me. Thea pulled her mother to the back without hesitation. However, Moira was in the middle of the crowd. It was dark and chaotic. It wasn't easy to get out. After struggling for a long time, she couldn't move more than 2 meters. Just as Thea was about to use violence to open a path, she sensed a figure approaching her quickly. The target seemed to be Moira's handbag. What a bold thief. How dare he steal my mother's stuff in front of me? He doesn't respect me at all. She pushed Moira behind her with her left hand. Stay back. Be careful. Moira didn't dare to call her daughter's name because she was afraid of being retaliated by the bandits. She had to admit that she was a person who had been through a lot. Her tone was very calm. Due to the chaos, Thea couldn't tell how many enemies there were. Thus, she decided to end the battle quickly and rush toward the figure. When she got closer, she realized that although the surroundings were dark, there were two faint red lights flashing on the person's face. If she didn't look carefully, she wouldn't have noticed it. Huh? Thea was stunned and immediately understood. This person was wearing infrared equipment. No wonder he could find the target so quickly. He wasn't an ordinary thief, but a high-tech thief. She hated this person for ruining her plans for several days. She threw a punch at the person's chest. Although the person was wearing infrared equipment, she couldn't tell who was who. She just felt that the person in front of her didn't have the same figure as the woman she saw at the time. She didn't care and just grabbed Thea's fist and pushed it to the left. However, she didn't expect Thea's move to be a feint. She took advantage of the force and kicked sideways. Ha! She didn't expect that there would be a guy with good skills among a group of officials and dignitaries. However, she didn't take Thea seriously after so many years. She wanted to use her fast footsteps to let Thea pass and snatch the target woman's belongings first. But how was this possible? After a few days of training with Lady Shiva, it was hard to say how much she had improved in actual combat, but Thea was already very familiar with the use of her own senses. She automatically blocked out the chaotic crowd around her and focused on this black figure. The crowd around her made it impossible for her to use her legs. She could only use her close combat skills and various boxing skills. She didn't want to kill the enemy, but she wanted to distract the enemy. When the lights turned on, there would be 1,500 angry police officers waiting for her. The person also understood this and saw Thea's intention. He knew that his plan today would not be successful, but he still wanted to try his best. He didn't hold back anymore and was ready to go all out to get rid of this hindrance. Chapter 34. As the intruder aimed at Thea, the pressure on Thea suddenly increased. However, with her senses fully activated, she could clearly see every movement of the intruder. There was no problem of blindness, and she could also use all her skills to the best of her ability. At this moment, Detective Lance's voice came from afar. Connect the backup power. Team 1 and 2, go get the heavy weapons. The rest of you follow me. When the intruder heard the police officer's footsteps, he was extremely irritated. No matter how good he was at fighting, he couldn't withstand the gunfire of more than 1,000 people. Even the Terminator couldn't withstand it. He had thought that this was just a simple mission for him to relax and have some fun, but he didn't expect to be held back here. He couldn't even take half a step out, and he couldn't even run away. The enemy opposite him was thin, and he couldn't tell who it was. Logically speaking, he should have seen or heard of someone with such skills. Sia was also very unhappy. Although the current situation was that the police officers had lost a lot of face, the event that she had painstakingly organized was also completely ruined. How could she not be angry? Although the person opposite her was not weak, he was only about the same as her. As long as the lights came on, it would be useless no matter how good he was at fighting. The two of them gradually became more and more aggressive. Both of them were agile fighters, and they fought with speed. The situation was in a stalemate for a while. The lights on the side slowly came on. Thea stopped in time half a second before the lights came on. She stood in the crowd, trying to be a graceful spectator. She didn't want to expose her skills. After all, in the eyes of kidnappers, kidnapping a weak young lady might be enough with a knife. But if they were to kidnap someone who could fight, they would have to bring a submachine gun. You could say that she was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, or that she was pretending to be low-key. In any case, Thea was prepared to maintain her image as a harmless little white flower. Under the dim light, Thea looked at the figure opposite her. Black tights, high-heeled boots, a butterfly mask, and seductive red lips under a delicate nose. Was this Catwoman? Wasn't she hanging out in Gotham? Why was she in our village? As the lights gradually came on, Catwoman knew that today's entertainment was about to turn into a life-and-death escape. She glared at Thea. Although she was hiding in the crowd and pretending that nothing had happened, she had fought with Catwoman for a long time, and there were traces of a fight on her body. For Catwoman, who was known for her sharp eyesight, it was too obvious. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer, and the light around them was getting clearer and clearer. Catgirl was in a very bad situation. Sia had insidiously set the fighting ground in the middle of the hall. Now there were people all around, and the nearest window was 10 meters away. Although the police officers weren't as good at fighting as the heroes, they weren't useless either. A few of the nimble and clear-headed ones had already run towards Catwoman, drawing their guns as they ran. Couldn't be helped. Catwoman's outfit was too obvious in the crowd of people in suits. Anyone who didn't have cerebral palsy would know that there was something wrong with her. Just as Thea was whistling and waiting to see how Catwoman would fight her way out, a cylinder was thrown in through the window. With a bang, it hit the ground, and thick white smoke enveloped the hall. A smoke bomb? The originally stable situation became chaotic again. Fortunately, Detective Lance was experienced and shouted to maintain order. He instructed his subordinates to open the windows and turn on the high-powered blowers. When they gradually regained their vision, Catwoman, who had been surrounded by the crowd, was nowhere to be seen. If I let you swagger away like this, it would be too embarrassing for me. Seeing a few bodyguards come to her mother's side, Sia went to find Felicity and whispered, "Pull up the city's surveillance and see where she ran to. I'll go and catch her." One street up ahead, about 600 meters away. Felicity operated quickly and soon found Catwoman in the camera. How did she manage to run so far in such a short amount of time? Thea put on a headset. "Help me find a path she has to take. I'll block her." She didn't go through the front door, but opened the window and quickly chased after Catwoman. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was dark all around. Thea wasn't afraid of being discovered by passers-by. As for the cameras along the way, Felicity could hack them at any time. Turn left. Go around 100 meters ahead. Turn right under the billboard. This was the first time Thea and Felicity worked together, and it had to be said that their cooperation was perfect. After running at full speed for 3 minutes, Thea finally blocked Catwoman's path. "Hey, you're Catwoman, right? Why did you come to Star City?" She was a tourist and a simple citizen of Gotham. If she wanted to set up a branch in Star City, she had to ask first. At the same time, she wanted to buy time, so she was a little out of breath after running at full speed. Catwoman's face was indescribably ugly when she saw her jump out again. She carefully compared the girl in front of her with her memory and confirmed the identity of the girl in front of her. "Thea Quinn? I didn't expect a rich girl to be so skilled. I really don't understand the minds of rich people like you." There was a hint of resentment in her words. Was she talking about her? Why didn't it feel like it? Thea was a little confused. Although Catwoman wasn't a hero, she wasn't a villain either. Her facial features did look a little like Anne Hathaway's, and her original desire for revenge faded a little. Looks were really important. It was rare to meet someone who was as skilled as her, and it was a good opportunity to spar. Thea didn't intend to let her go so easily. Seeing that she didn't answer her question, Thea continued to ask, "What's your purpose in coming to Star City?" Catwoman said lightly, "I'm just passing by. Little girl, you're too nervous." It was pitch black just now. Although she could use her perception to observe, the crowd was too chaotic and it seriously affected her performance. Thea didn't feel good fighting just now. "Since you don't want to tell the truth, then let's continue fighting." Catwoman also felt that she had been in the underworld for many years. Today, her reputation was ruined by a little girl, and she was very unhappy in her heart. Seeing that Thea rushed over, she also expressed that she wanted to teach her a lesson and let her know the power of a senior, and that she should be careful in the underworld in the future. The two fought again after 3 minutes. Thea had completely recovered her vision, and there was no noise around to disturb her, so she could exert 100% of her strength. Catwoman felt that she had run far away, and the people in the police station couldn't catch up with her for a while. She also didn't have the sense of urgency just now. In the face of Thea's fierce attacks, she cautiously responded with her years of fighting experience. For a while, the two were evenly matched. Thea had a strong perception, while Catwoman had a rich experience in street fighting. She could always use some roadblocks, trees, and the like to resist the attacks. For a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. As the physical strength of the two was severely exhausted, Thea gradually gained the upper hand. This was mainly because Catwoman was still wearing high-heeled boots when fighting. This person's sense of balance was really strong, and she could do all kinds of high kicks, side flips, and other movements in high heels. This made Thea want to write a big word of admiration. Seeing that Catwoman's breathing was getting more and more disordered and her footsteps were no longer as stable as before, Thea knew that she was not far from defeat. After all, she was still an Earthling. If she could defeat her in high heels, she would have lived in vain. She would be too sorry for the teaching of old Ma and Shiva. Chapter 35. Thea knows that if she wants to defeat Catwoman, she has to limit her speed. Although she is agile, that's only when compared to Catwoman. Compared to her, there is always a gap between them. It's this gap that allows Thea to have the upper hand, but she can't expand her advantage. She moves sideways to avoid Catwoman's consecutive kicks. It seems that Catwoman's leg skills have been trained hard. Whip kicks, spinning kicks, and all kinds of other kicks make Thea tired. She really doubts whether this guy has the supernatural ability to walk on flat ground while wearing high heels. This is too unscientific. Anyway, Thea thinks that if she wears such shoes, it's good enough that she can walk at a normal speed. How can she kick up and down like this? It's already GG. Finally, when Catwoman's physical strength is exhausted, her powerful side kick loses its precision and is easily blocked. Thea sees that she shows a flaw, so she rushes to the inner circle and hits her face with her elbow. Catwoman sees the fierceness of this move. If she is hit in the face with the dense nerves on the face, it will definitely cause a short period of coma. At the critical moment, Catwoman suddenly exerts strength between her waist and legs, and her body jumps up a little. However, the fierce elbow still hits her shoulder near her collarbone. Thea is not going to let it go. She grabs Catwoman's shoulder with both hands, stomps on the ground with her right foot, and bends her left leg, using a Muay Thai knee strike. Seeing that Catwoman is about to be hit in the lower abdomen and lose the ability to fight, a shining metal object in the distance quickly flies towards Thea's right foot. She doesn't know what it is. If she continues to exert strength, although she can hurt Catwoman, she will also be injured. Thea weighs for a moment. She just wants to learn from each other, not a duel of life and death. It's not worth getting injured for this. She can only change her upward knee strike to jump back with both feet to temporarily get out of the fight. With a crisp sound, the metal object was inserted into the ground where Thea was standing. She stared at the metal object that was inserted into the cement road. It was streamlined and had a special metallic texture under the dim light. There was also a sharp blade on the side of the metal object that was exposed from the ground. "Oh my, is this a bat dart?" Felicity's anxious voice came from the earpiece. "Thea, be careful. It's Batman." In fact, Thea also saw the legendary Master Batman. He was wearing a Kevlar bulletproof bodysuit, a black mask, and a dark black cloak. He looked like he was flying on a sword as he floated down from the sky. If he were to return to the Middle Ages, he would be worshipped as a god. This was to put pressure on him. The information said that he was a famous psychological master, and it was true. Where did he come down from? Did he have a cultivation technique? That was impossible. Thea carefully filtered the surrounding environment with her perception. Sure enough, there was something strange above her head, but the distance was a little high, so her perception was blurry. It should be his bat plane. It has a very strong ultra-low flying ability. She couldn't see it with the naked eye, which meant that it had an advanced optical camouflage stealth function. This was different from the traditional stealth fighter that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. This was both invisible to the radar and the naked eye. It was very advanced. She would ask Ryan's weapon research department to develop one for her later. After seeing Batman float down, he stood beside Catwoman. However, for some reason, Catwoman moved 2 steps to the side, as if to avoid him. Although Batman's face was covered by the mask, from the outline of his chin and other facial features, there was a hint of helplessness. He seemed to want to say something but didn't know where to start. Catwoman seemed to have suddenly lost her sight. She ignored the living person beside her and continued to stare at Thea. Huh? Even a blind person could see that there was something wrong with the two of them. Thea's gossipy fire was ignited. Felicity, who was watching the live broadcast, also expressed her opinion in a low voice. She almost flew over to give it a thumbs up. Seeing that the scene was a little dull for a moment, Thea took the initiative to speak righteously. "You're Batman, right? Aren't you Gotham's hero? Why are you protecting this thief?" Batman was really annoyed. This time, it was because he and Catwoman had been a little ambiguous in their previous interactions. The two of them had come out to play with their real identities. When passing by Star City, the two of them had quarreled about their views on the world and life while chatting. It just so happened that Moira had gathered all the politicians in the city for a press conference. Catwoman was unhappy and wanted everyone to be unhappy. She changed her clothes and came in to pull the switch, ready to take action. The game that he thought would be a piece of cake was completely ruined by Thea. The two of them fought from the venue to the road. Seeing that Catwoman was about to lose, Batman could only play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Faced with Thea's question, Batman didn't know how to answer. He had checked Thea's information on the Batplane. She was the eldest daughter of Quinn Corporation. Her father and brother had died in an accident. She had no bad records. She was currently working in her own company and was applying for a place at Princeton University. She wasn't a bad person in any way. Instead, she had experienced the same thing as him. She hadn't fallen, she hadn't given up, and she could still maintain such an optimistic spirit. This made Batman, who had fallen into darkness several times, envious. Someone else had done what he couldn't do. Naturally, he admired them. So, Batman could only pretend that he didn't hear her question and be a quiet, handsome man. Seeing Batman playing dead, Catwoman was agitated again and again tonight. She couldn't maintain her usual elegance and calmness. She shouted, "Come and catch me if you can." Thea would be stupid to go over. The two of them were clearly in a team. With her small arms and legs, she could forget about it. Moreover, she didn't intend to fall out with Batman. After all, he was a big shot in the Justice League. She would still be in the hero circle in the future. It would be unwise to offend him. As long as she didn't have superpowers, she would automatically be in Batman's camp. Yes, there were also factions among superheroes. Similar to the conflict between Marvel's Team America and Iron Man, the DC was mainly reflected in Dachau and Batman. Batman was hostile to all abnormal humans. In his eyes, no matter good or bad, all alien mutants should be eliminated. The only difference was that aliens were all hostile, while mutants were selective. With his wealth and wide circle of friends, it might be difficult for him to get some superpowers. However, it wasn't difficult for him to get body-strengthening drugs. However, he would rather maintain his identity as a pure Earthling than accept those enhancements. This showed his philosophy. To deal with this kind of person, it was useless even if your martial arts were better than his. Unless you completely beat him to death, he would always be like a cockroach, jumping out of nowhere to scare you. Thea decided to use the same trick that Prometheus used against Green Arrow in the future to deal with him. First, she would use a big move, which was a famous protagonist's exclusive skill, mouth escape. First, she would seize the moral high ground. There was no need to compare whose fist was bigger. As long as she could make him speechless, she would naturally win. Chapter 36. Thea said loudly, "Tonight is the signing banquet held by the Quinn Corporation and the Star City Police Station. In order to fight crime, we specially developed facial recognition software and gave it to the police station for free. Such a good thing was ruined by this thief." She glared at Batman. "Do you know how many gangsters there are in Star City? Do you know how hard it is to fight against these people? If we can get rid of 1/5 of them, the city government will be able to provide 20,000 more jobs." Everything was ruined by her. The Star City Police Station has become a laughingstock. The efforts of 1,500 police officers and thousands of people in the Quinn Corporation have all gone to waste. In fact, the so-called efforts of thousands of people in the Quinn Corporation were made by Felicity and 3 of her subordinates. Of the 1,500 police officers, less than 100 knew the details. However, Thea put herself in the role of a city protector who did not ask for anything in return. Batman, who did not know the truth, was in an awkward position. They just happened to pass by Star City and did not know the whole story. In fact, it was useless to know in advance. Thea's words were 70% true and 30% false. With Felicity's methods, it was impossible to discover the truth without a team investigating day and night. Damn it! What should I do now? Should I hand over the ambiguous Catwoman? I can't bear to do that. This is not Gotham. I'm not familiar with this place. I don't know who to ask for help. Moreover, Catwoman almost wiped out the Star City police station and the city government. She made them lose face in their own home. They would definitely not let her go easily. If someone came to Gotham to cause trouble, I'll beat the shit out of them. After thinking about it, if I can't hand her over, I'll just change my identity to compensate Star City. If they didn't hand her over, they could only kill their way out. However, Master Bruce had never done such a shameful thing in his entire life. He felt extremely guilty and didn't want to waste any more words. He gave the feline girl a look, indicating that they shouldn't embarrass themselves and should leave as soon as possible. Catwoman saw Batman standing there like a block of wood. He did not speak or move. He only gave her a subtle look. She knew that she was in trouble today. Although she was greedy, she always knew her limits. Every time, she would find a target in advance and make a plan before taking action. Today, they were purely in a bad mood and had done this with the mentality of playing a game. Now that the owner had come to find them, they were also in the wrong. Looking at Sia's t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes, she looked like the embodiment of justice. Compared to the two of them, who were as black as crows, they looked like bad guys no matter how they looked at it. Seeing the two of them exchange glances, Sia knew that they were going to run. Although she did not want to catch them, it would be too fake to just let them leave. She had to at least put on a show. Don't run! She rushed over. Of course, she was going for Catwoman. The two had fought twice and knew each other well, compared to Batman, who was 9 meters tall with bulging muscles and wearing defensive armor. Catwoman was the easier target. Batman also knew that it was impossible for him to leave Star City. However, when he saw Thea rushing towards Catwoman, he did not know if he should help or watch from the side. Looking at the two women fighting in full swing with his martial arts skills, he could tell that the two were evenly matched. If they continued fighting like this, they could fight until the next day. Young lady, I'm sorry. By the time the sun came up, it would be too late. Batman could only join the battle and fight against Thea. With his participation, Thea immediately felt heavy pressure. Batman claimed to know 127 types of fighting techniques. She did not know who calculated this, but his martial arts skills were really exquisite. Muay Thai, Judo, Sambo, all kinds of martial arts were at his fingertips. In addition, his strength, speed, endurance, and other attributes completely suppressed Thea. He was also known as Batman, so his perception was not weak. Thea's perception in the past was also offset by his strong perception. Catwoman seemed to be very dissatisfied with her old lover's help. Her movements unconsciously slowed down. Batman also did not want to hurt this little girl with a sense of justice. The two of them held back a little for different purposes, so Thea could barely resist. Just when Thea felt that she could not hold on anymore and was wondering if she should pretend to faint or let them hit her twice and then fall to the ground, a high-pitched voice sounded from the side of the road. "Ha ha! I've been watching for a long time, and I can't help it. Today I must have a good fight." The only person who liked to fight so much and was still a woman in Star City was none other than Miss Shiva. She was still wearing her usual black windbreaker and red singlet, and her long hair danced with the evening breeze. Ms. Shiva. Batman was a little depressed at this time. He knew Shiva. The two of them had fought many times, and he had never won. As the mother of the future third-generation Batgirl, the two of them were not familiar with each other, but they definitely knew each other. Otherwise, why would she not entrust her daughter to someone else, but to Batman? Seeing Ms. Shiva walk straight to Thea, the two beauties, one cold and the other beautiful, stood side by side and looked at the two of them. Batman and Catwoman looked at each other, and they both knew that things were going to be bad. Both of them knew Shiva's personality, and today's matter would not be resolved in a short time. Thea also knew that her helper was here, so she had to continue fighting. The more she fought today, the more proficient she became. Sure enough, actual combat was the best teacher. She ordered Felicity to disable the surrounding surveillance cameras. They had been fighting for a long time, and it would be too disappointing if a group of police officers jumped out. She looked at Shiva and pointed at Catwoman, meaning that she was mine. Miss Shiva was also not interested in Catwoman. She smiled and rushed to Batman. Batman, our fifth fight has begun. She knew Bruce's identity, but she did not say it out loud because of Thea's presence. Not to mention Batman, who had a mental breakdown. This was the fourth time today that Thea and Catwoman had fought. The two had fought 3 times before, and it could only be said that Catwoman had lost slightly. In fact, the gap between them was not big. If it was a life-and-death battle, it would be hard to say. Thea naturally did not have such thoughts. She only had the mentality of learning from each other. Catwoman was now not as angry as she was at first, and her mentality was slowly adjusted. The two of them were not in a hurry to practice. In fact, they both knew that the winner was not on their side, but on the other two's duel. Batman's previous judgment was very accurate. The two of them had repeatedly used the same moves several times. In the end, the one with the better stamina would win. In the end, the two of them were too lazy to continue fighting because there was really no winner. After fighting on and off for so long, they were very tired. They simply stopped and focused on the duel between Batman and Shiva. Chapter 37. Batman looked down on women, but his years of education made him maintain a kind of respect for women. It was a mixture of the European chivalry and the ancient chivalrous swordsmen who did not hit women. His view of women was to ignore them. Talia had given birth to a son for him and then stabbed him in the back. This was not an adjective, but a stab from a metal object. What he did was to endure it. Catwoman betrayed him, and he also expressed his forgiveness for his old lover, as if he did not know. Even the half-crazy clown girl mainly criticized and educated him, which was a sharp contrast to the way he beat the clown to death. The result of the duel between such a person who was a little obsessed with mental cleanliness and Madame Shiva was predictable. There were too many places that he could not hit. He could not hit her chest, and her waist was too sensitive, so he could not hit her. Her face? Looking at Madame Shiva's cold and elegant face, he could not hit her even more. His hands and feet were tied. His martial arts skills were already inferior to Madame Shiva's, and now the gap was even bigger. He was barely able to maintain a stalemate by relying on the sturdy protective suit on his body. He wanted to see the situation on Catwoman's side. He did not know that the surveillance cameras had been hacked by Felicity, and he was afraid that the police would come out with light and heavy weapons in the next second. He was uneasy and took 2 punches from Shiva. He turned his head to look at Catwoman and was about to shout for help, but he almost bit his tongue when he saw her. At this time, Catwoman and Thea were standing side by side, as if the previous fight had never happened. The two of them crossed their arms and looked at him as if nothing had happened. He did not know that Felicity was eating snacks behind the camera and silently cheering him on. The two women's conversation could be heard from time to time. Shiva didn't use much strength in that punch. Did she not eat? No, there's something wrong with your perspective. That punch was a feint. The key is this kick. Good. Beautiful. This side kick is perfect. Master Bruce really wanted to kneel down to these women. Who am I working so hard for? Do I have nothing better to do than to fight for you? She was even more certain that she would never fight with a woman again. He wanted to call for a ceasefire, but Madame Shiva was having a good time and didn't give him a chance. Thea concentrated on watching their movements, footwork, and moves. They were real martial artists. At best, she was just a martial arts user, not even a fan. Thea, let's retreat. The police will be here in a minute, Felicity said hurriedly. The police are coming. They were all fellow martial artists. Thea felt that it was inappropriate to abandon them and run alone, so she shouted at the battlefield. To be honest, the people present were not heroes. Thea still had to maintain her identity as a little white flower. Catwoman and Shiva, one was a thief and one was an assassin. Batman was also a person on Gotham's wanted list. The 4 heroes were all dead. The few of them stopped immediately. In fact, it was mainly Madame Shiva who stopped. Batman had wanted to run long ago, but she still wanted to continue. She curled her lips and called out to Thea, "Continue training tomorrow morning." Before she finished speaking, she had already disappeared into the dense forest. Batman nodded at Thea. At this point, he knew that Thea had no intention of arresting them. Otherwise, she would have called the police. He hugged Catwoman's waist and fired a claw gun into the sky. The two of them quickly rose 30 meters into the air and disappeared without a trace. As the blurry layers of the sky shifted, Thea could finally see the outline of the Batfighter. The body was long and narrow, and the propellers were arranged below the two wings. This was the key to vertical takeoff and landing. When she was ready to take a closer look, the Batfighter had completely disappeared into the air. Sigh, she must study it carefully next time. Thea could vaguely hear the sirens and quickly retreated according to the route provided by Felicity. When Thea returned to the venue, she thought that her plan to save face would be completely ruined after Catwoman's antics. She did not expect Moira to be so capable. Before the reporters and politicians left, Moira launched a crisis PR. When Thea entered the venue, she only heard the second half of the speech. "We should not be scared away. We will not be defeated. We should join hands to fight these criminals who threaten and intimidate us. They are afraid of us, afraid of our united strength. Lieutenant Edward and I have submitted a draft to the city government and the parliament respectively. The Quinn Group will donate 5 million yuan worth of equipment to the Star City Police Station to fight these criminals. Please lend a helping hand. Help us maintain the good image of Star City and save our home." Finally, the Quinn Group and the city government will each give out 1 million yuan as a reward to those who can provide clues about tonight's troublemakers. Friends from the media, please publish this news. We must resolutely strike down their arrogance. Even if the celebrities in the audience were unwilling, they could only grit their teeth and say that they were willing to donate money. Even the shameless ones could not say, "Come, take 50 cents and don't look for the change." Seeing that others had donated 100,000 yuan or 80,000 yuan, they could only take 50 cents back and sign a check to make up the number. After signing, they had to say that they were happy. They were indescribably happy. Seeing that her mother had successfully resolved the crisis, turning a bad thing into a good thing, and at the same time, portraying the Quinn Group as a persevering fighter, she silently praised her political talent. As for donating equipment and bounties, who knew if they would donate less or not? Anyway, Thea's goal was the Sea of Stars. Whether Star City was good or bad, it did not affect her. If she saw it, she would do her best to take care of it. If she did not see it, then so be it. No matter how good the city was, no matter how strict the laws were, there would still be soil for evil to breed. After the celebrities had finished their fundraising, the lieutenant happily announced the successful completion of this year's revenue-generating mission. He hoped that everyone would come again next year. Of course, he could not say that. He said with a heavy heart that he would catch the criminals today no matter where they were. If he could not do it, then he would not come to the police station next year. Yes, he was transferred away at the end of the year. He would definitely not come back next year. Seeing the lieutenant gritting his teeth and swearing on the stage, Thea was too lazy to watch this political show. She nodded at Moira from afar and pulled Felicity away. When the two women went out, they could still hear the reporters scrambling to ask questions like crazy. "Mrs. Quinn, can you tell us how deep your cooperation with the police station is? Lieutenant Edward, can you tell us the goal of cracking down on criminals this year? Detective Lance, do you have anything to say about the disappearance of your younger daughter and your elder daughter's boyfriend?" Thea heard a series of urgent cries for help in the hall. She could vaguely hear someone yelling for them to stop. Sigh. This reporter had never been beaten before, right? Why did he have to mention something like that? He went all out for the sake of sales, what a tough guy. After leaving the police station hall, the two whispered to each other. "Felicity, did you record today's scene?" "Of course, but Batman is really handsome." "Thea, do you know his real identity?" "How would I know when I first met him? I only know he's a man." Chapter 38. Over the next few days, Moira's figure could be seen in newspapers and radio stations from time to time. Today, she would talk about the future planning of the city, and tomorrow she would talk about how many criminals they had cracked down on and how much ice and powder they had collected. For a time, Moira felt like the rising star of Star City. Thea was not surprised by her mother's sudden burst of enthusiasm. Some people were born for politics, but they were buried by various realities before. When the opportunity came, they would soar to the sky. In the previous life, many people said that President George W. Bush of the United States had a low IQ and so on. In fact, this person's grades were really bad, but he met 1/3 of the people in Yale University during his school days, and he could remember the names and hobbies of these people. It was amazing, wasn't it? Most of us could only know a few hundred people in reality. This was his ability. To Thea's surprise, due to Moira's inexplicable burst of political enthusiasm, there was a twist in her relationship with Walter Steele. She was so busy that she couldn't even take care of her daughter, let alone a boyfriend. Thea was supportive of this. Although Walter was really a good person, if they got married, it would be like finding a cheap father for her. Thea still couldn't accept it. You two should stay in this relationship. At this time, Moira had just finished an interview with the media. Although her body was tired, her spirit was very excited. Through this period of transition, she had clearly realized that she could not be a successful businesswoman, or that she did not have the talent at all. Some of her aides had already suggested that she give up business and try the road of politics. She wanted to ask her family members for their opinions on her career in politics. Of course, in her mind, there were only 1.5 family members. Thea was one and Walter was half. Thea, you've been planning for a long time. Mom stole your limelight. You won't blame me, right? The mother and daughter were lying on the bed, and Moira whispered. Young people were always happy to be in the limelight. At least this was encouraged by European and American values. Why would I? If I were on the stage, I would have screwed up. Mom, you take at least 90% of the credit for today's situation. Indeed, Thea had only made a few phone calls and chatted with a few people. If there was any credit, it was Felicity's. The mother and daughter hugged each other. Moira looked at her eyes carefully and found that there was no grudge. She breathed a sigh of relief. At first, she thought it was just a regular meeting. She did not expect that there would be such a big change in the follow-up. If her relationship with her daughter was destroyed because of this, it was not worth it in her opinion. What do you think of me going into politics? I've been really comfortable and happy these days. It's a completely different feeling from when I was in the group. Moira looked at Thea eagerly after saying that. Great. I finally led you to this path. Thea wished she could punch the wall and shout. Her mother was a shrewd person. Moreover, the two of them met each other every day. She was even harder to fool than Malcolm. Thea had put in a lot of effort and luck, and she had finally managed to get her mother onto the path of politics ahead of time. She thought so in her heart, but she could not honestly say it out loud. Go ahead. I can't wait to be the mayor's daughter. Thea could only smile and say in a flat tone, It doesn't matter. If you think politics suits you, then go ahead and try. Maybe I can be awe-inspiring when you become a high-ranking official. By the way, if you leave the group, your relationship with Walter? If an Asian mother and daughter were to talk about stepfathers while hiding in bed, the scene would be very awkward. However, it was a very common thing here. Moira had also thought about this issue before. Although none of the political figures were clean, they all maintained a clean appearance. Now that her husband and son had passed away, it was a good time to play the sympathy card. If news of her remarriage suddenly broke out, her reputation would not be completely ruined, but it would not be much better. After hesitating for a while, she said, Let's maintain the status quo first. Thea understood instantly. This was the beautiful version of using the sword of wisdom to cut off the threads of love. This woman was really decisive. She probably had the same mentality when she sent her husband and son to sea. In her heart, she mourned for the gentle black Uncle Walter for a second. Her stepfather crisis was finally resolved. In the original plot, they did not have any children of love. However, what if they gave birth to a younger brother or sister under her little butterfly wings? Although Thea did not discriminate against black people, if she had a younger brother or sister who was brown, it would be very distressing. The 3 siblings had 3 fathers and 1 mother. Thinking of this, the relationship would be chaotic. It was best to nip such a melodramatic plot in the bud. Her mother went into politics and her stepfather ran away. Both goals had been achieved. She had a marriage. Thea kissed her mother's cheek heavily. "You child." Moira was not annoyed by her sudden outburst. Instead, she patted her affectionately. In the next few days, Moira began to gradually hand over the affairs of the group to Walter. Although the marriage between the two was a bit uncertain at this stage, they still trusted each other enough to let him take over the position of the president of the group. Although Walter did not know why Moira's attitude suddenly became cold to him, he only thought that he was not determined enough and was not sincere enough. He was ready to persevere. At this time, Thea was also handing over the work in her hands because her Princeton admission letter had arrived. Unlike the Chinese Empire, where there were opening ceremonies and leader speeches, she could go and leave at any time. As long as she had enough credits, she could graduate. She handed over the work of the software department to Felicity and reported to the group to let her take over her position. When Felicity heard that she had to write the facial recognition software from 1.0 to 6.0, she completely went berserk. She didn't want to do such a boring job. Since the Quinn family had money, she probably didn't care about spending a few more. On the first day she took office, she recruited 30 employees for the software department. The original 3 subordinates were all promoted, and each of them took 10 people. She could slowly write them down. Thea's skateboard debugging had entered the final stage. She was ready to finish this work before leaving Star City and do a lot of work. She had no choice. She was so poor that this technological weapon cost too much money. She had already spent all her pocket money. If it were not for Felicity, who saw that she was so poor and often gave her meals, she would have starved to death. "Thea, why do you call it the Red Arrow skateboard? What do you think of the Green Arrow skateboard?" The 2 women finally argued about the color of the skateboard. "Red is good. It's warm, sunny, and cheerful. Isn't red all the time?" Thea felt that green was better left to her brother. Felicity frowned and said vaguely with a pen in her mouth, "Isn't red the color of violent blood? How do you understand that?" "I think green means decay and old." Chapter 39. In the end, they decided to adopt Thea's red plan. After all, she was the one who had risked her life, so Felicity felt regretful that she had not dyed it green. Just as Thea thought that they were about to enter the actual test phase, a serious problem appeared in front of them. "Felicity, use a little more strength. This dress is too tight." "Thea, exhale. Expel all the air from your chest. Follow my command. Inhale, exhale." Thea Quinn had made a mistake that was neither too big nor too small. She believed in the doctrine of copying everything and did not have the spirit of seeking truth from facts. This anti-charge suit was originally designed for pilots. The principle was to inflate the airbags of the suit with an anti-charge regulator. When the airbags expanded, they would tighten the surface of the suit, exerting pressure on the body to protect the blood circulation. In theory, it could increase the pilot's positive overload endurance. It was more than enough for Thea's skateboard, which was moving at less than 400 kilometers per hour. However, a problem that she had been neglecting appeared. This suit, along with the ones in the company's warehouse, were all developed for male pilots. Unlike traditional anti-charge suits, they were all tight-fitting. This led to the problem that Thea could not wear. She did not know if it was because she was in puberty again, or if it was because she had eaten too much from practicing martial arts every day, or if it was because of the medicine that Madame Shiva had concocted for her. In short, the original B class was moving towards C class at an astonishing speed. The 2 girls finally put on the suit with great effort. Thea found that the suit could barely be fastened on the back, but due to some well-known bulges in the front, the suit was a little short. Her beautiful lower abdomen was exposed to the air. If it was a fashion show or a banquet, it would definitely be beautiful. However, it was not a good thing to expose one's lower abdomen while flying at 400 kilometers per hour on a skateboard. Thea felt that after flying for about 20 kilometers per hour, she would have to go to the toilet. "Felicity, this suit is too tight. Think of a way." "I can't breathe." Thea was now standing straight, not daring to sit down. In the past, she did not understand what chest tightness was, but today she finally understood. Felicity took out a small pair of scissors and pointed at Thea's chest mischievously. "I'll help you cut 2 holes? Get some fresh air?" What kind of shameful play was this? Felicity used to be so pure and kind. How did she become like this? Hurry up and give her back. He sternly rejected her suggestion. Seeing how happy she was, he guessed that she might have some strange ideas in her mind. Thea took off the shameful antiviral clothing and sat beside the computer table in only her underwear. What was there to be afraid of? She was a woman after all. Although the person beside her was a perverted woman, Thea couldn't stand the heat anymore. The clothing was airtight. Thea called a few people in the Weapons Research and Development Department and lied that she had a friend who was a female pilot. She asked them to speed up the production of a female pilot's antiviral suit according to the original specifications and specifically requested that the suit be more breathable. The staff member on the other end of the phone was so bored that he was counting ants. When he heard that it was an order from the eldest daughter of the corporation, he immediately said that he would do his best and would get the clothes in 3 days. After putting down the phone, Thea pondered over how to repay the debt as she dragged Felicity out of the secret base. "Hey, Thea." Thea turned around and saw Laurel, who was in a business suit, calling her. Why was she looking for her? Her relationship with Laurel was very ordinary. They had nothing to do with each other. Why was she looking for her? "Hey, long time no see. Why are you looking for me?" Laurel did not answer directly. Instead, she looked around. "You guys talk. I'm going to check on the newcomers in the software department." Felicity was a joker in private, but she still knew how to be polite. She gave Laurel a smile and walked out of the office. "Thea, you have to take a look at this document. It's a new case that the Joint Innovation Society received." Laurel handed a thick document to Thea. The Joint Innovation Society was her current workplace. When outsiders first heard the name, they would think that it was some high-tech organization. Those with a brain hole might think that it was the Sky Eye Society or the Illumination Society. In fact, they were overthinking. This was just a law firm formed by a few newbies who had just gotten their lawyer's license. Other than the name of the organization that scared aliens, it could be said that they had no connections and no ability. If Tommy did not organize activities and donate money from time to time, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Thea was now thinking about the antivirus suit. If it were someone else who came to her, she would definitely not pay attention. She had too many things to do. She did not have the intention to punish evil and uphold justice. Strictly speaking, she was a neutral person who was on the side of justice. However, Laurel was not an outsider. Whether it was Oliver or Tommy, they were both sisters-in-law. Thea had to give face to her. She took the document and read it quickly. The client's name was Derek Reston. In the photo was a middle-aged man with gray hair. He did not have any scars or tattoos. He seemed to be just an ordinary person with a normal family with 2 children. The family of 4 lived in a rented house. She did not see any problems and continued to turn to the second page. Huh? Thea looked at it attentively. She looked at it for a full 10 minutes and finally sighed. She finally knew why Laurel came to her. This guy named Derek Reston turned out to be an employee of the Quinn Group. Coincidentally, the place where he worked before was Thea's current headquarters. Derek had worked in the Quinn Steel factory before the software department for 15 years and had always been the foreman. However, due to the environment of Star City, the Quinn Group closed the steel factory in 2007 and 1,500 employees led by Derek became unemployed. Originally, this was not a big deal. Unemployment happened every minute of every day, and even Superman could not manage it. However, things went wrong because for some unknown purpose, Quinn Group found a loophole in the guild contract and did not give the workers a single cent of severance pay and pension. This was too wicked. This was the deep-rooted bad habit of capitalists. Did the corporation really care about this little bit of money? No wonder Oliver thought that the Quinn Group was part of the evil and watched the destruction of the Quinn Group. Thea rubbed her head and looked at the severance date. It seemed to be signed by old Robert before he went to sea. Sigh. She did not want to take the blame, but could she escape? She nodded to express her gratitude to Laurel. Sia understood that Laurel didn't ask her to look at the document because she didn't want to talk about it. Laurel was like many female protagonists of superheroes. She didn't care about the sand in her eyes. All of them relied on their powerful boyfriends to court death. One could say that they were childish and naive, but they all had a strong sense of justice. She definitely didn't tell him about this matter in advance because she wanted him to bury the plaintiff in the cement pillar. Instead, she wanted him to quickly deal with this matter and give the workers an explanation. If this matter was exposed, it would have a great impact on the Quinn Group's image and her mother's career in politics. Although her mother would make this guy disappear from the face of the earth, her conscience would not do such a thing. Chapter 40. Thea thanked her future sister-in-law, Laurel, for informing her in advance. She then hurried to the address to find the client, Derek. She didn't even dare to call Felicity. Although the girl was a spare tire, she was still one of the heroines with a strong sense of justice. It was better for her not to know. Following the address provided on the document, she found Derek's house after a few turns. The house didn't look big, and there were a few scattered families living around it. When Thea arrived, she saw a group of people gathered in front of the door, talking to a few people inside the house. The people outside the door had tattoos on their arms, and they all looked unfriendly. The leader was a young man in a suit. He said with a fake smile, "Mr. Derek, if you can't pay the mortgage on time, we'll have to resort to coercive measures. I'm sure you don't want to see that happen." The few people in the house didn't say anything. They were just silent protesters. Under the lead of Derek, they formed a human wall to prevent the group of people from entering their houses. At the same time, a few of the neighbors opened their doors to show their support. "Mr. Derek, we support you. Keep it up. We'll find a job." The young man smiled contemptuously and pointed at Derek. "I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't vacate the house by then, Mr. Frank Botner will be very angry." He glanced around, and a few neighbors who looked at him lowered their heads. Humph. The young man left with a few strong men. Frank Botner, on the surface, was a businessman who specialized in construction, but he was secretly the boss of the city's mafia. He was also one of the top families in Italy. Later, he killed his daughter's fiancé. His daughter wanted to kill him like a madwoman. That woman seemed to have had sex with Oliver. What was her name again? She couldn't remember. She only remembered that she was quite good-looking. She didn't know if that happened. She had to ask Felicity to check it out. Seeing the crowd gradually disperse, Thea walked to the door. "Mr. Derek Reston, can I have a word with you?" The middle-aged man, Derek, was wondering where he could get the money. When he saw the girl who suddenly walked in front of him, his first reaction was that the debt collector had come again. However, he immediately knew that was not the case. He said in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Thea had specially worn a business dress today. In order to make herself look older, she even wore a pair of sunglasses. She was too lazy to shake hands with the man and handed him a business card. "Thea Quinn? Quinn Group? Why are you looking for me?" Derek's tone changed from the initial doubt to ferocious. "Do you want me to talk here, or find a place to talk slowly?" Thea said as she pointed at the surrounding environment. A few neighbors saw that things were not over yet and stuck their heads out again. It seemed that they did not care about nationality. Derek looked at the expressions of the people around him. He knew his own business. It seemed that they knew that he was going to sue the Quinn Group. The young lady of the group had come personally to negotiate. There were many conditions that could not be mentioned in public. "Come with me." He led Thea to an open-air cafe. They sat down under an umbrella. "Miss Quinn, if you have something to say, just say it. I've read the annual report of the group. The group's handling of some things was really excessive. I apologize here." Thea certainly could not reveal Laurel. Whether he believed it or not, this was what she said. "The group will rearrange your work in 3 days. If you still want to be a foreman, you can also rearrange it. But you will have to go to another city. There are almost no factories in Star City now." Thea could not wait to arrange this live bomb as far away as possible. Judging from the neighbors' support just now, This man was somewhat popular among the workers. Once he made trouble, the Quinn group would be in a passive position. Fortunately, they did not have enough authority. Otherwise, they could use him as bait and send him all the way to Russia. If you don't want to work, you'll still receive your severance pay and pension. No matter what you choose in the end, in order to express our apology, we'll pay you a sum of compensation. Do you have any other questions? Sia didn't beat around the bush. She wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. Derek lowered his head and pondered. Should he work or ask for severance pay? Of course, he had to work. The severance pay was not much, and anyway, there was still a sum of compensation. But as long as he took the money, he would have to shut up completely. At the end of the day, this person still had some conscience and did not agree in a hot-headed manner. At this moment, he was not only thinking about himself, but also about his colleagues. Miss Quinn, may I ask if this is directed at me personally or as a whole? Seeing that his attitude was obviously different when he heard that there was hope to resume work, Thea secretly laughed. This man was really realistic. Thea also had a headache about his problem. She could arrange for 1 or 2 people, but she definitely could not arrange for 1,500 people. She could only go back and discuss it with Moira, but she still had to say something nice. It's directed at everyone. If Mr. Derek cares about politics, you will get the news in a few days. Derek immediately said that he had no problem. The Quinn group had always treated him well. He would definitely enter the group again and shine for the group. Thea nodded and acknowledged his loyal performance. She asked him to wait for the notice in a few days. Then, she got up and left the coffee shop. The matter had not been settled yet, so neither of them mentioned the lawsuit. Back at the group's headquarters, Thea went to the door of the CEO's office. She deliberately used her perception to investigate. If her mother and Walter were playing some kind of game, how embarrassing would it be if she saw it? In the end, it turned out that both of them were very decent. This proved that it was good to learn more. After knocking on the door and waiting for a few seconds, Thea walked into the office. Looking at Walter's grin that reached the back of his head, she knew that although the two of them did not do anything, they were definitely not talking about work. Ahem. Since they were so familiar with each other, Thea was too lazy to be polite. She explained the matter in detail. When she heard that someone was going to sue the group, Thea saw a flash of anger in Moira's eyes. But when she heard that there were more than 1,500 people, her eyes were full of hesitation. Yes, it was easy to deal with 1 or 2 people, but if there were 1,500 of them, it would take a long time even if you used a submachine gun. Besides, they were humans, not pigs. They knew how to run and hide. If 1 or 2 of them ran away and reported it to the media, it would cause a lot of trouble. Of course, it did not mean that it could not be solved by violent means. If it was as strong as Darkseid or Thanos, it would require a team of 40 heroes. But now, they could only use a relatively straightforward method. Thea was thinking about this problem all the way. Solving it beautifully and perfectly was the most important task for the group at present. Derek might be easy to fool today, but what if Derek popped up tomorrow? Moira was also in urgent need of the support of political achievements. The jobs of 1,500 people were related to each other and could provide her with at least half a block of votes. This was very important for her, who still had a shallow political foundation. Chapter 41. Seeing that the mother and daughter did not speak, Walter flipped through his records. With the current income of the group, we can arrange at most about 300 people. If there are more people, it will put a huge burden on the group. 300? This number was a bit small. Thea planned to at least solve the work problems of more than half of the people, and the rest could be given a subsistence allowance and be slowly digested. Moira was also not very optimistic about this number. If there are too few positions, it will aggravate the situation. What if they are transferred to a branch in another place? The black uncle bowed his head and calculated. The number of people can't exceed 200 at most. If there are more, there will be conflicts with the local staff. Our group can't interfere too much with the staff adjustment of the branch. This was the interesting part of the United States. Many people thought that it was difficult for people to leave their homeland, but in fact, foreigners also had this problem. The United States also had a land of 9.6 million square kilometers. Was this number familiar? The place was big and the population was small. Many people lived in small towns all their lives. They were born and died here. The environment was very closed. No one went out and no one came in. In horror movies, a certain evil cult member would commit suicide, and no one would know about it for 20 years. It was only when the protagonists, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, wandered here that they discovered the final plot and so on. It was in this enclosed environment that the plot was created. The closed environment caused all the locals to exclude outsiders. In response to this situation, whether it was the Quinn Group or Wayne Enterprises, they tacitly agreed to the management of the local people in the branch office. Thea suddenly remembered the famous words of a great leader. What do you think of building a high-speed railway that connects several cities? The East-West Railway in the United States had been built for more than 100 years. Daily wear and tear, coupled with various crazy villains who loved to bomb the railway on the ground had long been unusable. On the one hand, it could reopen the steel smelting project of the Quinn Group. The remaining more than 1,000 people could not be solved, but more than half of them could be eliminated. At the same time, it could also increase the economic output of Star City, which would be of great help to Moira in next year's election. This is a good idea. Moira was completely considering it from her own perspective. She thought that she would just shout slogans. If they chose her, she would continue to invest. If they didn't choose her, she would not lose anything. Railway work was not a task that could be completed in a day or two, or even a year or two. The time would be extremely long, and the voters would not scold her for not building the railway in a week. Moreover, now that he had a program, he could pull it out and talk about it every time he gave a speech in the future. It would save him the trouble of racking his brains to come up with a speech. It wasn't difficult to implement. He knew so many people in the early stages of the investment, and each of them could contribute a little. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. Although Walter didn't like the idea, he didn't object when he saw that the mother and daughter both thought it was a good idea. Anyway, since they were willing to pay, he couldn't be bothered to interfere. Thea urged her mother to send someone to sign Derek's agreement as soon as possible. The rest had nothing to do with her. Moira was aiming for the mayor's throne. Although she had yet to formally submit an application for the election, she had already established a huge campaign team. She had recruited a lot of elites from all walks of life. These people could contact the surrounding cities and the major companies' affairs to this group of people. With nothing to do, Thea began to live a life of idleness. She had watched the video of Catwoman and Batman 3 times. Batman's moves were all strong and heavy, which was not suitable for her. On the other hand, Catwoman's street fighting skills were very inspiring to her. She really admired her balance. She couldn't always wear flat shoes at all kinds of banquets in the future. How to wear high heels without affecting the fight was also a lesson she had to learn. She decided to go easy first and then go hard. She didn't dare to try the thin high heels, so she changed into a pair of thick high heels. Walking was not a problem, but she made a kicking action. Dong! Thea rubbed her head and got up. The designer of this pair of shoes should be dragged to target practice. And she couldn't stop for 5 minutes. Wearing this pair of shoes was equivalent to adding a debuff that reduced her attack speed by 50%. Why could Catwoman run and jump as if nothing had happened? The clown girl later seemed to be able to do it too. This was not scientific at all. She was going to ask someone who understood. The next day, in the elementary school class, she found Madame Shiva and asked her question. Why is Catwoman's balance so good? Catwoman? Loser. Stand up straight and let me see. Madame Shiva didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked her to stand up straight and walked in a circle to examine her. Thea was a little nervous because not only did she walk in a circle, but she also patted and pinched her body from time to time. Just now, she touched the area below her neck and above her lower abdomen for a long time, and she almost screamed. Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, Shiva suddenly slapped her butt. Ouch! This time, Sia couldn't hold it in anymore. She looked at her with a red face. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll fight you to the death even if I can't beat you. Actually, your sense of balance isn't bad. It's just that your muscles are not used properly, or should I say, unscientific. The strength of your whole body isn't completely twisted into a rope. As she spoke, she patted Thea's butt again. For example, here. This is the source of the whole body's strength. The movement of the legs and the strength of the upper body all have to go through here. You don't seem to have systematically learned the technique of strength exertion before. Yes, I can't do that if you touch me randomly. It's true that in ancient times, it's reasonable for a male master to teach a male disciple and a female master to teach a female disciple. Madame Shiva continued to speak seriously, and Thea also became serious. Of course, it was best to ignore her blushing face. Back to the original question, how to exert strength like Catwoman, you just have to do this. As she spoke, she pointed at a few parts of her buttocks and legs. As long as you can use these few muscles flexibly, you can even fight on stilts, let alone high heels. But you can only fight for a short period of time. If you fight for a long time, it will cause damage to your calf muscles and Achilles tendon. Let me show you. Madame Shiva took off her coat as she spoke, and let Thea put her hand on her leg to feel the movement of her muscles. So cold. This was the first feeling Thea had when she touched her thigh. Maybe she was really Asian. Her skin was very delicate and smooth. Coupled with years of exercise, there was a rhythmic beat on her skin. This was a rare opportunity. She abandoned the distracting thoughts in her heart and concentrated on feeling this unique charm. Thea herself tried to do it a few times and found that it was difficult to say, but easy to do. Without guidance, she might not understand it in a lifetime. With guidance, it was a matter of a layer of window paper. However, she also understood that this kind of abnormal muscle movement consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. No wonder Catwoman's stamina was exhausted after fighting with her twice. At that time, she wondered why Catwoman's stamina was not as good as her, a half otaku, even though she was like a big Western horse. So this was the problem. Chapter 42. Then the two began their daily teaching. Now Thea had entered the fourth stage of perceptual learning, which was the last stage that Ms. Shiva named Earth Listening. This stage was very vague. She needed to feel the movement track of the insects in the soil, which made Thea feel really difficult. Some insects were not even as big as sesame seeds, so what could they feel? Ms. Shiva did not have any good ideas. According to her, she could barely do it, but it was difficult for her to teach others. Her method was to find a cliff, grab a rock with one hand, and hang her whole body in the air, disregarding life and death, and abandon all distracting thoughts. Thea felt that such a crazy method was not worth listening to. She planned to live for a few more years. In addition, she remembered that there were a lot of people on social media who took selfies of themselves hanging in the air on cliffs and skyscrapers. They were all inspired by you. You are the originator of the Foreigner series. Thea decided that she still needed to use the health science method to train. The activity of the heartbeat was not suitable for her. Sitting on the ground was good enough. If one day was not enough, then 10 days. I am still young. I am not in a hurry. Moira acted quickly. Only a day after Thea talked with her, a fresh announcement was sent to the desk of major media and radio stations. She had contacted the city governments of Central City and Midway City, revealing the plan to build a high-speed railway between the cities. She also vaguely said that she had contacted some enthusiastic businessmen to donate generously, and the two governments only needed to nominally support a small part of it. Such a good thing, the two governments had no reason to oppose, and they also expressed their support for Moira's high sense of social responsibility. The implication was that as long as she could pull in dollars, they would support her campaign. It was unknown whether this was Moira's own idea or the strategy of her think tank. Anyway, the bundled election was a reflection of political wisdom. The signal to the voters was, if you choose me, I will have a job. If you don't, then goodbye. You can go find whoever you choose. Actually, it was not a new idea to combine the campaign and employment together. Many people had done it before, but there were successes and failures. The failures had their own reasons, while the winners all had one condition, and that was to be rich. Malcolm also paid attention to this matter when he was teaching Tommy. He did not expect his old lover to burst out with such enthusiasm. Although increasing the income of the poor made him unhappy, at the same time, it also provided him with an opportunity to enter Central City and Wedmi City. Generally speaking, he supported the idea because his huge underground organization had nothing to do every day and was bored out of its wits. No one knew what he had in mind at the beginning. The huge organization he had established had members from all walks of life, from business stars like Moira, politicians, police chiefs, boat runners, powder sellers, and even street vendors like Leo Miller who sold submachine guns. There were so many members that the diary was full. Conservatively speaking, there were at least a few hundred people. His organization could be said to be the most inactive organization in the multiverse. After the establishment, they did not go out to do demolition work in groups of 2 like Akatsuki. His reason was that they would take action when Unidac Industries' seismic device was developed. He did not know whether it was because of his big heart or because he was good at calculating. Anyway, these people did nothing but eat and wait for death to come. At present, he was in the waiting period. When he got the news from Moira, he planned to let a few of his underlings explore the way. If everything went well, they would take down 2 cities. If not, they could also solve the instability of his underlings. With Moira's strong candidacy and Malcolm's secret help, in less than 4 hours after her announcement, one of the 3 candidates had announced his withdrawal and called for supporters to fully support Ms. Quinn. Thea was watching TV at Felicity's house, watching her mother on the stage talking about the dangers of various means of transportation except for high-speed rail. Planes? There are so many hijackers crashing into buildings, and supermodels flying by from time to time. It's so dangerous, and you still dare to take it? Ships? Moira laid out facts and reasons, combining them with her family's experience, and talked about the 108 unsafe factors of sea transportation, as if Robert and Oliver had gone out to sea on a raft instead of their family's cruise ship. All in all, vote for me if you want to be safe and want to work. Several people in the audience, who were not sure if they were hired by Moira or not, immediately applauded fiercely after Moira finished her speech, as if they had heard some wonderful words. For a moment, the atmosphere was as warm as the new year. The camera also gave a close-up of a few strong men with big heads and thick necks. These people were all teary-eyed and looked so excited that they could not speak. In fact, they did not dare to speak, or did they have nothing to say? Thea looked at these people who looked like they were collecting protection money. One of them, with a fierce face, was particularly familiar. Was he the owner of the bar she often went to? Felicity had never liked Moira. Seeing her speaking on the stage, she slanted her eyes and curled her lips in disdain. Thea also did not understand. These 2 should not have any interactions, so why did they seem so incompatible? In the original plot, Felicity was already Oliver's girlfriend, and she even sneered at him at Moira's funeral, not giving her boyfriend any face at all. Perhaps it could only be attributed to the incompatibility of the 2. Your antivirus suit is here. Felicity put down the phone and said lazily, "Oh God, it finally arrived." It turned out that the Europeans and Americans were also full of nonsense. They said that it would be done in 3 days, but it took her 10 days. They really did not take her seriously. Thea silently recorded these people in her little black book. When she was in power, she would throw these people into the coal mines of Siberia to experience life. Although these guys were not good people, their craftsmanship was still good. In order to increase ventilation, it was changed to have an inner layer and an outer layer. The inner layer was divided into upper and lower parts, and there was a joint in the middle. The outer layer maintained the previous integral way of wearing, but it was much looser. It was not like the previous tights, where the breasts and buttocks were clearly visible at a glance. It could confuse the gender to a certain extent, which was good. The brainwave collection device was completely unrecognizable. The 2 girls felt that the previous round helmet was too stupid and ugly, so they changed it into the current one. It looked a bit like the headband of the elf Queen Galadriel in Lord of the Rings. At most, it was the magical version, but this was the sci-fi version. People used a mithril chain to wear 5 gems, but they used polymer to wear several mobile modules. They were all shiny and looked similar from a distance. Felicity had spent a lot of energy on these modules. She had used up 2 keyboards just to write the code, and she had lost 3 kilograms of weight. The mobile module mainly collected Thea's brainwaves and sent out instructions through the white matter in the brain cells to achieve the purpose of controlling the entire hoverboard. However, the connectivity and conductivity of human brain cells were slower than the transmission of the system, which put the pressure on Sia. This gave her a headache for 2 days. It was a real headache. She felt as if there was a piece of wood stuck in her head, and it took her 2 days to recover from it. The two tried many methods and finally came to the conclusion that the machine was indeed smarter than humans. Thea 2.0 could not handle it. They could only artificially reduce the output frequency of the system to the same level as the human brain. The downside of the down frequency was that the speed of the entire hoverboard's control was slowed down. The original design of the hoverboard only required a thought to complete various dodging and high-level movements, but now it required manual and machine adjustments. Although Felicity added a fuzzy algorithm module, the overall performance inevitably dropped by 30%. If the original Marvel's Green Goblin hoverboard was the 1.0 official version, Thea's hoverboard could only be considered the 0.7 beta version. Fortunately, she only used it as practice and did not plan to use it to practice flying. The current performance was more than enough to rob a few gangs or give to the poor. Chapter 43. The original main body of the skateboard had undergone 3 major modifications and was completely different from the original one. Dr. Hoffman probably wouldn't be able to tell that he was the one who developed this thing. The main body had changed from the original flat shape to a V shape, with a large front and a small back. The operator was in the front. When the skateboard entered flight mode, a fixed frame would pop out from the body and fix the pilot's legs and waist. In theory, it would be no problem for the skateboard to perform a few flying tricks. Green Goblin was an agility-enhanced person, so he mainly relied on his own agility to operate the skateboard. He might have been forced to do so by Spider-Man at first, but later he got used to it and it became instinctive. From time to time, he would show off the separation of man and machine. In Thea's eyes, this was too dangerous. It was purely suicidal. It was like bungee jumping. She might get dizzy and fall to her death if she didn't find the right landing spot. As an ordinary person, Thea still cherished her life very much. She had specially customized this fixed device and was prepared to stay on the skateboard obediently. Although it affected the movement of the lower body, safety came first. The base of the skateboard was arranged with chromium magnets. As long as the main control was turned on, it would send down a repulsive force that was opposite to the geomagnetic field, causing the whole body to float. As the repulsive force increased, it could rise to a height of more than 1,000 meters. By adjusting the direction of the eruption of the repulsive force, long-distance flight could be carried out. The whole process was safe and pollution-free, and the energy consumption was extremely low. Of course, if the Earth didn't have a magnetic field one day, Thea would definitely fall from the sky. At that time, she would have to admit that she was unlucky. As for the weapon system, Thea said that her recurve bow could fly at a speed of 300 feet per second, which was 91 meters per second. The effective range could be maintained at about 150 meters, and it could shoot up to 30 arrows per minute. High-tech weapons were definitely necessary, but now that the two of them were so poor, it was better to continue using the bow. It was low-carbon and environmentally friendly, so the bow was still good for them. Late that night, the two of them went outside. Thea put on the antiviral suit and settled herself in the driver's seat. She suppressed her excitement and silently said, "Start," in her heart under Felicity's expectant gaze. The whole skateboard floated smoothly in the silent environment. "Yay!" Sia waved her fist at Felicity, who was beside her. "Thea, the monitor shows that your blood pressure and pulse haven't changed much, but your heart rate is a little fast. You must be too excited. Now that the preliminary test is done, let's check other data." Felicity held the tablet in her hands, which showed the user's data at all times. The two of them first tested the height of the skateboard. Because they didn't know how many radar stations there were in the city, the skateboard could be coated with a layer of invisible paint. However, Thea, a living person, had nowhere to hide. Theoretically, the skateboard could rise to a height of 1,000 meters, but they were afraid that it would cause trouble, so they stopped at a height of 100 meters. In fact, a height of 100 meters was enough. One floor was only 3 meters high, which was equivalent to the height of a 33-story building. It was more than enough to fight crime in the city. Next, the two of them tested the maximum speed of the skateboard. Speed up, Thea. 80 kilometers per hour, no obvious discomfort. Accelerate again, 150 kilometers per hour. Good situation. 220 miles per hour. Blood flow is faster. Heart rate is stable. 300, Thea. Stop. Don't speed up anymore, your body is close to the danger line. Since Thea had reached the limit, there was no need to risk her life. It seemed that 300 kilometers per hour was her current limit. She believed that with the improvement of her physical fitness and the increase of the intensity of training, there would be some room for improvement. It was too cool. He enjoyed the speed of the sprint in the breeze. He didn't have to think about anything. He didn't have to calculate or worry. No wonder so many people like to race. It was really a great enjoyment. Thea circled around the city at a height of 50 meters. She wanted to slow down and fly with Felicity, but she didn't expect the girl to be afraid of heights. Next, they entered a period of chivalry for them, but robbing for the bad guys. Thea put on a red leather jacket over the anti-lotus suit. Couldn't be helped. The anti-lotus suit was too professional, and anyone with the intention would be able to trace it back to her. Initially, she wanted to add another bulletproof vest, but after putting on 4 layers, she looked too ugly. Her slender figure looked like a fat person wearing the bulletproof vest. Even Sia, who was afraid of death, couldn't stand it. She had no choice but to remove the bulletproof vest and add 2 fiber protective plates on the chest and back. She tied her hair up. It was best to cut it short, but she really didn't want to. She pulled down the hood of her jacket and looked at herself in the mirror. She really did look like the original Thea 1.0 in the show. Nonsense, they were the same person. Okay? She didn't wear an eye mask. That was too low class. She was now wearing anti-wind goggles with infrared function, and the lenses were made of bulletproof Lycos resin. Thea carried her bow and arrow, took her usual katana and dagger, and set off to find her hunting target under Felicity's excited gaze. Although she had made a lot of mental preparations and thought about how she would deal with the unexpected situation, the facts proved that she had thought too much. Star City was like a dead city in the middle of the night. There was not a single pedestrian on the road. Since there were no pedestrians, the robberies had naturally disappeared. Although it was okay to rob each other, it seemed that their bosses had forbidden this kind of behavior. Thea was in such a situation now. There were no pedestrians, and naturally there were no robbers. Her goal of robbing the rich to help the poor had disappeared. Damn it, she cursed in her heart. Was she going to waste all the money she spent? She should have done some market research. Just as she pulled out her katana and looked around in confusion, Felicity's voice sounded. Thea, Frank Botner, whom you asked me to keep an eye on last time, is moving. 3 of his men are chasing a young man. This man is called Michael Astor. Do you want to take a look? Could this man be Helena's fiancé? Interesting. Let's go and take a look. He asked through the earpiece. Where is the location? What's the location? That's right. At the intersection west of Cypress Street. The surveillance camera shows that they are driving very fast. You have to be careful. They are all armed. Can they be faster than me? I'm going in a straight line. Thea increased the altitude to 100 meters, confirmed the location, and began to move forward at full speed. Soon, she saw 2 cars driving fast, one in front and one behind. The car behind kept firing at the car in front. In the silent night, the sound could be heard far away. The thugs should be from the car behind, right? Thea judged that Michael was neither a psychic nor a special forces soldier. It was impossible for him to chase after 3 people alone. She took out a frost arrow from the quiver. Frost arrow was what she called it. There was standard liquid nitrogen in the arrow, and the concentration was 10 times that of a thermal nitrogen pressure tank. After the liquid nitrogen vaporized, it could absorb the surrounding heat. In theory, it could cause frostbite of negative 100 degrees Celsius. She had no intention of killing anyone. The people on both sides had nothing to do with her. She was just taking a stroll because she had nothing better to do. If she remembered, she would help. If she didn't, then so be it. So she aimed at the wheel hub of the car behind. Chapter 44. She calculated the distance in advance, estimated the wind speed and other adverse effects, and released the arrow with a swoosh. The cooling effect of liquid nitrogen was impeccable. Although her refining skills were not as good, it was no problem for her to deal with these urban thieves. The arrow hit the wheel, and a layer of cold air burst out instantly. The wheels at the back of the car were visibly frozen. The driver was still stepping on the accelerator to chase after the car in front. His skin had just sent a cold signal to his brain, and before he could understand what was going on, he and the car were already flying. Thea looked at the result of her attack and felt a little guilty. It seemed a little too powerful. Originally, she only wanted to stop the car, but now the car flipped 6 or 7 times in the air before landing on the road like a gymnast. The people in the car did not climb out for a long time. Thea looked at them for a long time. Were they dead? She was about to call it a day and go home when she saw the car in front of her crash into a roadside billboard. What was going on? Was there an invisible enemy? Thea scanned the surroundings with infrared and found nothing out of the ordinary. Hey, did you see who attacked the car in front of you? Felicity did not reply immediately. Instead, she checked several cameras from different angles and slowed down. In the end, she said with uncertainty, "It seems that when you were shooting, a gunman hit the tire of the car in front of you. There's no one near you. How could something so unlucky happen to me?" Thea was convinced by the luck of the guy in front of her. He had been running back and forth for 10 minutes and fired hundreds of bullets. Only the last bullet hit? Was this the legendary warrior who had to die in the charge of the last battle? Although Michael was also involved in a traffic accident, his injuries were much lighter than those behind him. He kicked the door open and stumbled out. After he ran for 20 meters, the expected shouts of, "Don't run, stop," didn't appear at all. This made him a little puzzled. He gathered his courage and looked back, only to find that there was a car behind him. It was upside down. Was this the car that was chasing after him? It looked familiar, but what was with the ice in the car? Michael didn't know what that meant, but he found the scene a little strange. He wanted to continue running, but there was no one chasing after him. What was the point of running? But he couldn't just stay here and not run. Just as he was in a dilemma, the door of the car behind him was pushed open. A bald man with blood all over his face crawled out. Sia, who was on the high ground, saw that one of his legs was bent to the side in a very inhuman way, leaving a bright red trail of blood on the ground as he walked. "This is too tragic," Sia whispered. "Felicity, call an ambulance for them." He then glanced at Michael. This person was stunned. "Why aren't you running away with such a good opportunity? You want to treat the enemy to a meal?" This man had neither courage nor charisma. He was neither tall nor mighty, nor handsome. Helena, the future huntress of the Raptor squad, really didn't have good taste. She was willing to kill her own father for this kind of man. There was only one father, and men were everywhere. Thea was too lazy to comment on other people's outlook on life. Michael's hands and feet were intact on the ground, and the crawling man was about to lose consciousness. The other 2 people in the car didn't come out. She didn't know if they were too cold or too injured. The infrared scan showed that their bodies were still a little warm. If they hadn't practiced the turtle breathing technique, they should have been unconscious. Michael finally realized the dangerous situation he was in. He took out a cloth bag from the car and ran away without looking back. Thea wanted to rob some of the construction funds for the Iron Man armor, but she couldn't bear to see the crawling man in such a miserable state. She decided to let him keep the money for treatment. After circling the city twice, she met a 10-year-old boy selling powder and a homeless man robbing burgers. What kind of people were they? Thea beat the 2 of them angrily and turned back to the base without getting a penny. "Felicity, what should we do? The world is so difficult. We don't have enough money for next month." Thea hated the modern corporate system. She had so much money under her name, but she could only take a little money from the trust fund every month. Tonight's liquid nitrogen looked cool, but it was all money. All kinds of purification, suppression, and sealing. It was really not easy to get money from the group, so it was all Thea's private money. No wonder the people who made false accounts in the past and this life were all talents. They were all forced by this system. Tony Stark announced that he was Iron Man in public. It was not without the huge consumption of the Iron Man armor and the unknown flow of funds. The board of directors had to confess because they couldn't fool them. Justin Hammer's Iron Man armor had a wholesale price of more than 100 million, and as an Iron Man armor that was 8 streets better than him, it could only be more expensive. Felicity was an otaku, so there was no good way. The two could only continue to patrol tomorrow and try their luck. In the next few days, Thea went out every night to try her luck. She didn't catch any big fish, but she caught a lot of small fish and shrimps. The charges were not big, and it was a waste of taxpayers' money to send them to the police station, so she simply taught them a lesson. She didn't know if these people were timid or they didn't have much power. Thea imagined her back printed on a large piece of paper, and the bounty of hundreds of millions of berries written under it never appeared. Star City is still the same as before. Is my sense of existence so low? Thea now goes out every night to be chivalrous. In the morning, she trained with Miss Shiva. At 8 o'clock, others came to work. She left everything to Felicity, closed the door, and went to sleep. At night, she continued to go out. Wake up! Someone is looking for you. In a daze, Thea saw Felicity leading a tall girl into the room. Who is this? She looks familiar, but I shouldn't have seen her before. Miss Quinn, we need your help. As soon as the tall girl spoke, Thea recognized her. Isn't this Catwoman? She didn't wear the iconic leather jacket and eye mask, but changed into a short skirt. Humph, I can recognize you even if you take off your pants, but her calves are really long. Carefully looking at Catwoman's appearance, she is very similar to Anne Hathaway in her previous life. If Miss Shiva's temperament is cold, her temperament is elegant. Catwoman, you can call me Catwoman. Thea Quinn, you can call me Red Arrow. The two women also became friends after fighting, and they shook hands to show their recognition of each other. Thea saw that Catwoman didn't talk about business, and only looked at Felicity on the side. Does she mean to ask her to leave? How is this possible? Thea immediately said that she is not an outsider. She is her teammate. Well, I'll get straight to business. Batman is in trouble. I need your help now. Chapter 45. Thea looked at her calmly and gestured for her to continue. It was normal for something to happen to Master Batman. It would be weird if he was fine. He was the American version of Tang Sanzang. He had chosen the path of death and was determined to go through 81 difficulties. As an ordinary person without any enhancements, he relied on his muscles to provoke all kinds of people. Other than a few permanent aliens, he had provoked almost all the good guys and bad guys. Therefore, Thea was not surprised to hear that something had happened to him. He looked at the feline girl expressionlessly, implying that she shouldn't stop and should continue. He was captured by someone called Bane, and we don't know if he's still alive. Currently, Bane has half of Gotham under his control. He has opened both Arkham Asylum and Blackgate Prison. Now, the city is filled with criminals, and we desperately need your help. Catwoman looked at Thea earnestly. Was this the plot of the movie Batman the Third? She remembered that she had tricked Bruce in the movie. However, this was different from the movie. The two of them had known each other since they were young and had gone through many hardships together. Although there were ups and downs in their relationship, it was not something that could be stopped by a few threats. Realizing that she could not completely copy the plot of the movie, Thea asked carefully, "Who is this Bane?" "I don't know. I only know that he is very strong. He seems to have superhuman strength. I heard from one of his subordinates that he has 2 tons of strength. I don't know if it's true or not, but he defeated Batman with his bare hands. I saw Bane break his spine with my own eyes." Catwoman looked a little depressed. 2 tons? Thea was shocked when she heard the weight unit. Didn't they use kilograms as a unit to measure strength? Where did this ton come from? At the same time, she realized that this was definitely not the Bane from the movie. This guy must have been injected with a biochemical injection or something. Otherwise, a human would not be so strong. Facing Catwoman's earnest gaze, she wanted to say no. However, When she saw Felicity's sparkling eyes looking at her through her glasses, there was encouragement and excitement in her eyes. She could only smile stiffly. The Joker hasn't been released, right? No, he's being held in special custody. But, other than him, everyone else has escaped. Catwoman wanted to say that the people here were simple and honest. The criminals were all obedient and could not be chased away. However, she knew that no one would believe her, so she could only tell the truth. Thea breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that the Joker did not escape. In the DC world, there were 3 types of people: heroes, villains, and clowns. This person's combat power was average, but his brain was probably overflowing with dopamine. He did not have any emotions like fear. Even if the god of the DC world descended to Earth, he would still stab him. This person's thoughts were wild and unrestrained. No one knew what he was thinking. In the parallel universe, he once caused Superman to misunderstand and kill his girlfriend, causing Superman to become evil. He then kidnapped Lex Luthor, a great villain with level 9 intelligence. Finally, he used a nuclear bomb to flatten the metropolis. This directly led to the division of the Justice League. His initial goal was to fool around with nothing better to do. Thea did not dare to provoke such a dangerous person. If he found out about her identity, her family would be in big trouble. She breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that he was still being held captive. She silently thought about the few main villains in Gotham. It seemed that other than Bane, who was a ferocious guy, the rest were all normal people. Or rather, normal people who were mentally unstable. She could not crush them with her equipment, but it should not be dangerous. Okay, we'll go with you. Thea thought that they probably would not pay her, but she could not go for free. Should she find a few rich and heartless people to do the job? You guys. Catwoman stared at Felicity, who was beside her. Was this person a hero too? Felicity's IQ immediately understood what she meant. She angrily said that her hacking skills were superb and demonstrated the most advanced facial recognition and positioning technology. Catwoman, who did not go to school since she was young and only knew how to pick locks, was impressed. She immediately approved of her joining. Since you're not afraid of death, then come. We'll organize a group of friends to sing you a Gotham welcomes you. Who's your teammate now? Did you invite anyone else? Thea could not figure out what era it was now. How many members did the Bat family have? There was strength in numbers. If you invited a few strong heroes from elsewhere, you could happily do whatever you wanted. Catwoman did not know what she was thinking. She answered honestly, "On our side. It's me, Batwoman, and Robin. I also asked Madame Shiva to look for Batman. She has a lot of connections in the underworld. I believe there will be good news." The 3 of them plus the 2 on her side. Heh, there were exactly 5 of them. Was this the rhythm of forming a team to fight a dungeon? It was a pity that Catwoman, Batwoman, Robin, and herself did not have any resistance. They were all agility-based heroes. Felicity could only do logistics. She would cheer everyone up and act cute as a mascot. They were done for this dungeon. In fact, it would be great if Madame Shiva was here. She could temporarily take on the role of damage absorber. Unfortunately, she was sent out to look for someone. You sent the best fighter out to look for someone. I really have to hand it to you. She wanted to say that she would look for someone and let Shiva deal damage. However, that would be a bit of a boost to the morale of others. She resisted the urge to say it. Besides, she really did not know where Batman was locked up. In the movie, it was a deep cave. Master Bruce even did a leap of faith. However, in this real world, who knew where that place was? She could only hope that Shiva would find him quickly and let him come back to clean up the mess. She asked Catwoman how she got here. The answer she got was that the armory had been discovered by Bane. All kinds of high-tech equipment had been taken away. Without Batman by her side to give her ideas, she did not dare to do anything. She had hitched a ride all the way here. That was why it was said that heroines could not rely too much on others. They had to be independent. Thea asked the company to prepare a helicopter for her. Knowing that Catwoman knew how to pilot it, she heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Gotham was not a tourist city. After hearing Catwoman describe the rain of bullets, she was still thinking of how to make up a lie to fool the pilot. The two of them did not hide it from Catwoman. They folded the skateboard a few times and put it in their backpacks. It weighed less than 20 kilograms. It was indeed a good weapon for home travel, murder, and arson. This was the good thing about being a superhero. They did not ask about other people's abilities or background. If you were willing to tell them, just say it. If you were not, then forget it. Catwoman watched the two of them pack up their equipment and naturally stood at a distance. Not knowing how the battle would be, Thea brought all of her arrows. Yes, she was prepared to be a long-range attacker. Although she was better at close combat, she still felt that it would be safer to leave such an important position to someone else. Felicity was still immersed in her fantasy of being a hero. Thea reminded her a few times before she realized that she also needed to prepare. After running around for 2 rounds, she did not find anything else that she needed to bring along other than a tablet. Thea, should we bring some food? Thea, have you seen my charger? Catwoman's mouth twitched when she heard this. We are so big in Gotham. Do you think we lack food for you? Thea also felt a little embarrassed. She had lowered the standards of Star City's heroines. Didn't you see that her peers in Gotham were laughing at her? She quickly pulled her in and asked her to change. After all, the situation in Gotham was unclear. It was impossible for her to be like before, sitting in front of a monitor with fries and Coke while watching a live broadcast. Chapter 46. Felicity had no choice but to change out of her usual short skirt and high heels. She rummaged through her closet for a set of sportswear and changed into a pair of hiking shoes. However, no matter how Thea looked at the clothes, they were filled with traces of time. The clothes were really old-fashioned, definitely from 10 years ago. She wanted to ask her to change into another set of clothes to bring honor to Star City. But when she saw Catwoman looking at the time from time to time, she had no choice but to give up. She hoped that the people of Gotham were in deep trouble and did not have the time to care about the fashion of their sister city. The three of them rushed to the Quinn family's private helipad with big and small bags. Most of them were Thea's equipment. She brought hundreds of arrows, hundreds of different types of arrowheads, and a large number of long knives, daggers, and throwing knives. Felicity and Sia each took one of the 2 pistols they had seized a few days ago. Although Sia didn't specifically practice her marksmanship, with the bonus of a long-range weapon like a bow and arrow, her marksmanship wasn't inferior to that of an ordinary police officer. As for Felicity, she only asked her to protect herself and not shoot her own people. Thea, where are you going? Moira heard that she had hurriedly enlisted a helicopter and did not know what she was going to do. She was not used to her daughter's way of life and hurriedly rushed over from the office. We are going to Malibu Beach, Thea said and hugged Felicity and Catwoman's waists with a bright smile. Felicity and Thea had hugged each other more than once, so there was nothing unusual about it. However, this was the first time Catwoman was hugged by someone of the same sex. Her waist was a little sensitive, so she could not help but shiver. However, she forced herself to suppress it and forced an ugly smile. Moira knew Felicity. Although they had not spoken, she knew that she was an employee of the company and was her daughter's good friend. However, this was the first time she had seen Catwoman, who appeared out of nowhere. She felt that although this woman was beautiful and had a good figure, there was a hint of wildness in her eyes. She felt that it was dangerous for her daughter to be with her. However, when he saw the 3 of them standing together intimately, he didn't say anything. He only said that they would call him when they arrived and tell him that they were safe. As an experienced person, even if she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs walk. She had noticed her daughter's abnormality early on, but there was nothing she could do to stop it. He contacted Malcolm to ask for his opinion. Initially, Old Ma was a little surprised by his son's sexual orientation, but on second thought, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Compared to his daughter lying in the arms of a man, finding a woman was still acceptable. 99% of fathers in this world were dissatisfied with their daughters finding boyfriends. They always felt sad that their daughters had run into another man's arms, as if their cabbage had been eaten by a pig. At most, some people were more dissatisfied while others were weaker. However, they were all unhappy and unhappy. Joe West, the father-in-law of the Flashberry Allen, cared about how far the 2 of them had progressed and whether they had done anything. This was only because Barry had been raised by him since he was a child. It was a kind of mindset of keeping the goodies within the family. He was not a real father-in-law of the nation. Malcolm's current mindset was to let nature take its course. If it was a woman, then forget about it. If it was a man, then he would kill him immediately. Of course, he wouldn't find anyone for his daughter. It would be best if she was always 18. Thea didn't know that her parents were worried sick about her marriage. She arranged for Catwoman to pilot the helicopter in front. Since you are leading the way, I don't have to worry about you if you go in the wrong direction. She sat in the back seat and watched Felicity break through the firewall of the Gotham police station. As expected of a police station in a big city with millions of people, it took Felicity a full 10 minutes to find the mission target. Thea looked at it. There were quite a lot of targets that she needed to deal with. Scarecrows, Riddlers, Penguins, and so on had all come out. She specially checked but didn't find any news about Poison Ivy. Could it be that she hadn't killed her way into Gotham yet? This was good news. As long as there were no superpowers involved, it would be difficult for her to kill anyone with her skills and equipment, but she could still escape unscathed. Get ready, we are almost there, Catwoman shouted from the pilot's seat. Through the glass of the helicopter, Thea saw the distant view of Gotham. The whole city was dark, as if there was a dark cloud pressing down on it. Occasionally, there would be flashes of fire on the streets. She didn't know how the original founder of this city chose this location. Thea felt that the environment here was terrible. Using the natural sensing method that Madame Shiva had taught her, Thea explored the place. The air was filled with an impetuous, old, and dilapidated aura. According to Catwoman, even if this incident didn't happen, many people would die in Gotham every day. However, no one cared about the exact number. Thea couldn't help but imagine that if there was a necromancer here, he wouldn't need to prepare any big ceremony. Could he summon millions of skeleton soldiers with a few simple commands? Or maybe a few hundred death knights? If Star City was a sickly old man, then Gotham was a strong man on the verge of death. It was hard to say which city was worse. As the helicopter approached, Thea could already see the chaos on the streets and between the buildings. She could see robberies and murders everywhere. The screams of women and the cries of children lingered in the air above the city for a long time. From time to time, an old man would be pushed to the ground just to take a few dollars from him. This city was slowly approaching the brink of collapse. She was sad that Batman's years of hard work had gone down the drain. Now that she had some power, why not help these poor people? She didn't know if this was the resolution of a hero. She only knew that she had to do something. If she had only wanted to make a fool of herself in the beginning, she had now decided to punish these thugs. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Just as she was about to go down and kill 7 people, she realized that the helicopter had been circling in the sky. She sternly asked Catwoman, "Why aren't you landing? How many people will die if you delay for a minute? You're really not worried at all." Catwoman was even more depressed than her. "How can I not be worried? I'm so worried that I have blisters on my mouth. Tell me where to land. It's too messy here." Before she could finish her sentence, some idiot on the ground fired a magazine of bullets at the helicopter in the sky. How could they hit it from such a high distance? Even if they hit it, it wouldn't be able to move. It was obvious that the bullets were wasted. Thea looked around. It was indeed quite messy. The weather today wasn't good either. In fact, Gotham's weather had never been good. She didn't know what kind of weather this place had, but it was always cloudy for 300 days in a year. Just as she was about to carefully look for a flat ground to land, she saw a bald man with a common face rushing out with a rocket launcher. Thea was shocked. "Io, pull it up, hurry." Catwoman's reaction was also very fast. In addition, the helicopter's performance was good. In the nick of time, the rocket launcher flew past the bottom of the helicopter. Phew! The 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 47. The duo from Star City was not used to people who would start shooting at the slightest disagreement. The citizens here were much more ferocious than those in Star City. Thea had patrolled her house for 3 nights, but she had never seen anything as ferocious as a rocket. She quickly asked Catwoman to increase the altitude and turned to Felicity. Look for Gotham's police station and government buildings to see if we can land. Maybe a few rich people's private residences. Felicity fired the first shot of the invasion of Gotham amidst the whirring of the propellers. Oh, I don't think we can go to the government building. Look at what I found. This guy doesn't look like a government worker. She turned the tablet around to show Thea. On the screen was a 2-meter-tall bald man with a metal-breathing mask on his face. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were bulging. One of his arms was as thick as Thea's waist. Thea shook her head. This guy doesn't look like a friend of justice. Which government would hire someone like this? It's only a matter of time before they all resign. This brother general should be Bane, right? Comparing the strength of the two of them, he should be the final boss, right? Maybe. Why did she use maybe? Because Thea gathered all the information and clues provided by Catwoman. She did not know if it was good or bad news. The actual situation here was the same as the beginning of the movie. It started with Bane defeating Batman, but the plot took a turn for the worse. Bane had also hacked the TV station and brought a few henchmen to broadcast a nuclear reactor live, trying to create a large-scale panic. However, after waiting for 2 days, he found that the city was quiet. People continued to eat, drink, and dance in the square. The scene of the citizens hiding under the table and shouting for the Buddha did not appear at all. He asked his henchmen to check the network signal and found that there was no problem. The live broadcast must have been released, but why did no one pay attention to it? What was going on? Unwilling to give up, Ben found an old man who was passing by to understand the situation. He explained to the old man how awesome he was and how many bad things he had done, bragging about his deeds. You should be scared now, right? The old man calmly said, Young man, you're an honest person. It's not easy for such an honest person to survive in Gotham. You can't just focus on the surface of things, you have to look at what's inside. Look at me, I'm 76 years old this year, and I've received my citizen certificate for more than 60 years. Actually, I have a dirty bomb hidden in the basement of my house. There are 2 bottles of sarin gas in the fridge. Look at the basket I'm carrying now. I just bought 2 kilograms of radioactive material this morning. Seeing that you're living so miserably, why don't I sell it to you at a cheaper price? Bane, whose face was filled with disbelief, randomly found a few enthusiastic citizens to conduct a survey. The result was that none of the citizens of Gotham were afraid. What he thought was terrifying was nothing out of the ordinary here. Do you think I'm scared? This sentence was in the category of threatening words elsewhere, but the sentence itself was a question. However, in Gotham, this sentence was the truth. They were indeed scared since they were young. This sentence was often used in Truth or Dare, and it was a statement. The citizens of Gotham had been tested for a long time. Every one of them had strong nerves and a strong will. In other cities, casting a fear spell on a crowd would cause chaos. However, in Gotham, you would only see a screen filled with the word immune. According to the game's terminology, if you chose Gotham as your starting location, your innate resistance to dark magic would increase by 50%. When he realized that his 3 axes were completely ineffective, Bane could only seek help from his partner this time, Talia al Ghul, the daughter of a ninja master. She was one of Batman's lovers, and also the mother of Batman's son, Damian. Talia was indeed a ninja master who had nurtured her for many years. She was very cultured. She taught Bane an idiom which was a strategy from ancient China. It was called using the people of Gotham to scare the people of Gotham. Bane opened the door of Blackgate Prison with a nervous heart. He was afraid that there would not be enough chaos, and the hundreds of patients in the mental hospital would be chased onto the road. Reality proved that this strategy was vicious. It was nonsense to say that they were all Gotham people, and that the people of Gotham would not attack their own people. The more they attacked their own people, the more vicious they would be. In a short period of time, there were corpses everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Although the results were gratifying, Bane soon realized that he had nothing to do. He had dismantled the nuclear reactor himself. Previously, no one had paid attention to it for a few days. After he understood the mentality of the people of Gotham, He was scared that some lunatic would come over and borrow a fire. Although he could fight, he could not withstand a nuclear bomb. Now he was completely free. His original desire to be a leader was also extinguished. Yesterday, there was a guy called Penguin who came to seek refuge with him. In front of him, he acted like a grandson and wanted to lick his shoes. However, when he was not paying attention, he took a few of his subordinates and ran off with a truck full of weapons. There was also a guy called Scarecrow. He wore glasses and looked like a gentleman. Who would have thought that this guy would not sleep at night to tell his subordinates a ghost story? 3 of his subordinates were scared to death, and 2 of them were dumbfounded. After fully demonstrating the definition of a playful person, he also ran away. Now, Felicity's live broadcast showed the original final boss, who had completely turned into a wild monster. He was sitting alone in front of the city hall, playing with pebbles. Seeing that he was having fun, Thea decided to ignore him for now. After that, she checked a few more places. Whether it was the police station or the hospital, the central square was in ruins. There were obvious signs of crossfire outside the police station, and the corpses on the ground were scattered messily. It was obvious that the villains had suffered heavy losses, but there were also a few corpses of police officers scattered around. The situation was more serious than she had imagined. She did not have any good ideas, so she could only ask Catwoman, "Have you arranged with Robin and the rest to meet at a place?" "Yes, but when we passed by the place, I found that it was already a sea of fire. I can't contact them at the moment. You guys didn't know how to find a few more places to meet. You didn't expect any unexpected situations and came out with your eyes closed to look for reinforcements. I really have to hand it to you guys. If it wasn't for Batman's clever brain, you guys would be dead by now." Catwoman did not know anything, so Thea could only turn back and discuss with her friends. Use facial recognition satellite positioning to find out where Director Gordon is. The man had an iconic face. He had sacrificed his life for Gotham for 30 years. His picture could be found all over the streets. Compared to Batwoman Robin, who wore a mask, he was the easiest to find. Felicity was busy for a minute. Their satellite lock is hard to crack. I need time. Chapter 48. Thea saw Catwoman's small ears twitch and knew that she had heard Felicity's words. However, after waiting for a minute, Felicity still did not respond. She still wanted to hide her identity? Everyone knew who she was. Thea was too lazy to play guessing games with her. She gave Catwoman a meaningful look and said, "Tell us the password to Wayne Group's satellite control system." The Catgirl hesitated for a moment and gave a long password that was a mixture of characters and numbers. Found it. Felicity was indeed the best in Star City. With the help of the powerful satellite, she quickly found the target. The similarity is 97%. It should be this person. Director Gordon and 3 other officers are fighting with a group of thugs. The location is, I'm not familiar with the terrain. It should be the intersection of 4th Street and Grundy Street. At least that's what your map says. The 2 foreigners said, "Hurry up and drive. We're not familiar with the place, so we can only rely on you." Catwoman quickly turned the helicopter around and flew into the distance. "You'd better hurry up. One of the 3 officers has already fallen," Felicity urged. She didn't mind watching the drama unfold before her. Catgirl was so anxious that she was scratching the wall. Director Gordon was someone she had known since she was a child, and he was also the father of Batgirl Barbara Gordon. She couldn't just leave him in the lurch. However, the speed of the helicopter was limited. It was a commercial helicopter, not an armed one. Catwoman had to search for targets on the ground from time to time. She could only maintain 150 kilometers per hour because of her skillful skills and quick reflexes. Another officer is injured. They're surrounded in a house. Felicity was not nervous at all. She calmly reported the situation as if she was a live commentator. Thea saw that the helicopter could no longer speed up. It seemed that she could only rely on herself to break out of Director Gordon's predicament. Gordon was too important to Gotham. He was fair, selfless, and righteous. All the praises one could think of could be used on him. If he could pass through the mountain pass, he would be able to instantly become a holy knight. If he died here today, he would be able to rewrite Gotham's fate. This guy with S-Luck was always looking for trouble, but every time he was in danger, Batman would jump out from the bushes to save him. But this time, if Master Bruce did not know how to teleport, he would not be able to make it in time. She sighed inwardly. The only person who could save his life now was her, a bystander. Without another word, Thea began to take off her clothes, because she needed to change her outfit. Catwoman doesn't know what happened to her and why she took off her clothes without saying anything. Although she is very concerned about the situation at the front line, she can't help but turn her head to take a look. What are you looking at? Focus on driving, no, fly the plane. Thea jabbed at her angrily. It's all your incompetence that made the people suffer. After changing into all the equipment, he controlled the skateboard to float out of the cabin first and was at the same level as the helicopter. He carried a quiver of arrows on his back. There were only 7 enemies before, so 20 arrows should be enough. After putting on the hood and goggles, Thea ordered the 2 of them to follow quickly. Then, she jumped onto the skateboard. Under the control of her mind, the skateboard flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning. So cool, how did you do it? Catwoman didn't expect them to have such a weapon of mass destruction hidden in their backpacks. She only felt that the skateboard was really fast. Even though the situation was tense, she couldn't help but think about her career plans. If she had such a skateboard, who would be able to catch her in the future? If Old Master could come back alive, should he ask him to do something for him? Ha-ha, Catwoman laughed. Felicity was involved in the construction of the skateboard from the beginning to the end. Although she was a little disappointed that she couldn't drive it herself due to her fear of heights, she was still very satisfied with her results. Usually, she couldn't find anyone to share her sense of achievement with. Today, it was rare for someone to be interested in talking about something that didn't involve the core technology. In fact, Catwoman didn't understand the core technology she was talking about. Although Catwoman was influenced by Master Bruce and learned a lot, she was determined to expand her business from stealing jewelry to all kinds of elegant art. Unfortunately, her foundation was too weak. She didn't even finish primary school, so she could only say that the algorithm and formula Felicity mentioned were very good and powerful. Felicity, who was happily chatting, inadvertently glanced at the surveillance camera and was shocked. Thea, you're flying too far. Hurry up and fly back. At this time, Sia didn't know that her little friend was bragging too much and didn't pay attention to the road situation on her side. When she heard that they had run, she thought it was her own fault and sped up all the way. She was too fast for her to react, so without saying a word, she flew back the way she came. This time, she didn't dare to fly too fast. She carefully looked for suspicious targets. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. After flying for a few miles, she finally arrived at a crossfire. She counted the heads. There were 7 on each side and 4 on the other. It seemed like this was the place. In fact, she was flying like a gust of wind and just happened to fly over these people's heads. Because she was flying too fast, these people didn't see clearly what she was. They only vaguely saw a red shadow flying from south to north. In a few seconds, it flew out of their vision. The 2 groups of people were a little surprised. Because of this, they stopped fighting for a few seconds. They only continued fighting when the unknown shadow flew out of their sight. When Thea came back, these people were shooting from a distance. Gotham had daily combat records. Regardless of whether it was the police, villains, or civilians, they were all very sensitive to the sound of gunshots. Everyone had a special way of dodging bullets. Therefore, although the gunshots didn't stop, there weren't many casualties on both sides. The suspected dead police officer that Felicity saw earlier only had a slight injury to his shoulder. It didn't affect the battle. The situation was 4-7. Although Gordon was in danger, it wasn't to the extent that she expected. Most likely, he had successfully escaped in the original plot. But now that she was here, it wasn't appropriate for her to watch the show. She had to at least do something. Just as she was thinking about whether she should kill them one by one or kill them one by one, a strong man below saw her floating in the air. Perhaps he had lived in Batman's shadow for many years, so he wasn't afraid of such high-tech equipment. Bang! He raised his rifle and fired at the sky. He didn't hide his actions from Thea. Moreover, with such a big body, it was impossible to hide. Thea had long seen this guy who jumped out to seek death. She judged the trajectory of the bullet. The x-axis was off by 10 meters, and the y-axis was off by 25 meters. Unless the bullet could bend, it wouldn't hit her. She used infrared glasses to look at this guy who was in a hurry to reincarnate. Under the lens, this guy's skin was obviously darker than a normal person's. A normal person would only be a light red, but this guy was dark red. If he wasn't a fire ability user, then he had too much heat in his body. Thea judged that he had consumed too many calories. Looking at his body size, she knew that he was a regular at the Coke and hot dog shop. She wanted to use a frost arrow to cool him down, but she was afraid that he would be too greasy and dirty her arrow. She had to be careful with every penny she spent, so she had to recycle her arrows if she could. She silently calculated everyone's position, rose up, and took out a special arrow from her quiver. Magnetic arrow, go! A dark blue arrow shot 10 meters in front of the villain. Chapter 49. The two groups of people on the ground didn't know why she was being so high-profile. They stared at the arrows stuck in the ground. No matter which side they belonged to, they couldn't help but think to themselves, "Isn't your archery a little too bad?" Thea ignored their stares. She was wearing a pair of goggles, and her face was completely covered. None of them would know who she was. Under the confused gazes of the police and bandits, she pressed a switch on the bow. V-room. A low hum sounded. Even Thea found it a little jarring. Not to mention the people on the ground. Some of them covered their heads, some shook their heads vigorously, and one of them who had lost a lot of blood was already dizzy. Whoosh! 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 The guns in the hands of both the police and the bandits were attracted by the huge magnetic force of the magnetic arrowheads. A few of them who were slow to react were still looking down at their guns. Although Chief Gordon was older, he reacted quickly. He immediately looked up at the mysterious person in the sky. He didn't know what she was trying to do. He originally thought that she was a helper, but after seeing how she couldn't differentiate between friend and foe, he became suspicious. Thea didn't have the time to think about the thoughts of the people on the ground. Since they had no weapons, they couldn't hit her knees even if they jumped up. What was there to be afraid of? Felicity. The power of our magnetic arrowheads seems to have increased a little. I saw it. It's a little bigger. The original design was to have a radius of 20 meters, but now it's 50 meters. I think it's because of the excessive amount of neodymium magnets. The violent collision also increased the rotation of the neodymium particles. Can we reduce it by 25% next time? We should reduce it further. The magnetic waves emitted by the arrowheads are too strong. We designed them to be attracted to the special metal in the gun barrel. The effect is so strong that it can be used as a sonic weapon. Okay. Let's try again next time. Reduce it by half. Just as Thea was about to say something, she noticed that Chief Gordon was yelling at her. She quickly interrupted the weapons discussion with Felicity. What's the matter? A certain someone stared at the old bureau chief with his big, innocent eyes. His face was solemn, and his forehead was wrinkled enough to squeeze a fly to death. What are you talking about? The old director looked at her with disdain and pointed at the enemies on the other side. Two villains gritted their teeth and struggled for a long time to remove their guns from the arrows. How fresh! The magnetic field is still in effect. How can your little arms and legs compete with the magnetic field? If you had so much energy, you would have been the boss long ago. Seeing that they couldn't take down the weapon for the time being, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't figure out what it was. That was how people who didn't study were like. But at least they still had some brains. They knew that they had to deal with the enemy in front of them first before doing anything else. They all rolled up their sleeves and prepared to fight. This was the situation Chief Gordon was facing. He was about to retire, so he was considered old and weak. Beside him, there was another person who was shot and was considered to be disabled. On his side, there were only 2 people who were still intact. On the other side, there were 7 people, all of whom were experienced in street fighting. The one in the lead was a guy who weighed 150 pounds. Although he looked stupid, he was actually quite strong. Previously, he could barely hold on with his gun. But now, he really couldn't win. He waved at Thea with all his might. He wanted to ask her if she was here to help or to lead them to change their strategy. Thea scratched the back of her head embarrassedly. Yeah, they were fighting so well before, but I came in and used a big move without distinguishing between friend and foe. Now, with my help, the situation is becoming more and more disadvantageous for them. Sigh. She really wanted to help. She just wanted to test out the weapon on a whim. Tens of thousands of dollars were gone just like that. Looking at Chief Gordon's bitter face, he probably wouldn't reimburse her. She could only help them fight these small monsters. As for changing the strategy, she couldn't afford to lose face. Secondly, the skateboard was only so big. There were 4 policemen and 5 of them, so there was no place to stand. Moreover, she didn't want to let random people use her equipment. She now had the mentality that since they sincerely begged her, she would be merciful and help them get rid of their enemies. It would definitely feel good to shoot one person at a time, but he definitely couldn't go on a killing spree in front of these policemen, especially old Gordon. First impressions were very important, and the first impression that Green Arrow gave people was very bad. At least, it was very bad for legal professionals. He took on all the jobs of the police, judges, and judges. Those with poor morals were afraid of losing their jobs, while those with good morals felt that he was blaspheming the sanctity of the law. Although he tried his best to salvage the situation, he still couldn't get rid of this bad impression. He was chased by the police for a few rounds for no reason. The bad guy ran in front, the hero chased behind, and the police chased the hero in the end. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. Superman didn't have this problem. His first impression was very good, and he did everything openly. Perhaps it was also because his strength was beyond the atmosphere. Although the high-ranking officials were afraid of him, no police station in the metropolis put a bounty on his head. Therefore, in order to make a good first impression, Thea gave up the idea of putting on a show for Chief Gordon. She found a good angle, drew an arrow, and aimed at the 300-pound fat man. She whispered, "Look at me. What should I call this arrow? Let's call it the entanglement arrow. Felicity, record the data." Whoosh! The arrow hit the ground right under the fat man's feet. Under his curious gaze, the arrow and the ground collided and triggered the arrowhead's mechanism. A large ball of milky white gelatinous substance flew out and quickly turned into a 2-meter-tall and 5-meter-wide net after coming into contact with the air. The fat man was too close to the net and didn't even realize what was going on. The rest of the people who were charging were also caught off guard and bumped into the net one after another. Thea's entanglement arrow was designed based on Spider-Man's spider silk. She didn't know what the original spider silk was made of, but she used a compound carbon acetylene molecule product developed by the Quinn Corporation. The original author, Dr. Hoffman, had good intentions. He used it to deal with people who jumped off the building. A small ball of it was launched into a large net, and it was so tough that it could catch an elephant falling from the building. This invention had been shelved for a long time. It was accidentally discovered by Thea, and she felt that it was quite valuable. She secretly took it out and modified it with Felicity, and it became what it was today. In the end, she named it Spider Silk for convenience. As for whether the spiders would strongly protest against the name of something that did not have any acidic properties, Sia did not care. Of course, the villains didn't want to be stuck on the net for people to see. They were struggling with all their might, especially the fat man who was struggling the most. Sia had made a small modification back then. She had increased the carbon content of the molecular material, reduced some of its hardness, and increased its toughness. Now, the spider web was wobbling under their attacks, as if it would break free in the next second. In fact, the design was a little immoral. It was the same as saying that she could kill him because he liked her. It was an illusion. Even an elephant couldn't break free from the entanglement for a while, let alone a human. She shrugged at Chief Gordon, indicating that she had taken care of everything. The rest was up to him. Chapter 50. Looking at the unknown person in front of him, even though Thea covered her face tightly, Gordon could still tell that she was a woman. He had lived for more than 60 years, and if he couldn't even tell if she was a man or a woman, he would have lived in vain. Like Liang Shanbua, Zhu Tai, who couldn't recognize her after changing her clothes. It could only mean that he was blind. Although Gordon wore a pair of large reading glasses and his eyesight wasn't as good as when he was younger, he wasn't blind to that extent. The scene was quiet for a moment, and only the sounds of a few villains struggling could be heard. Thea didn't show her face to greet them. Gordon knew her true identity, and it was fine as he had the best credibility. However, it was hard to say about the police officers. Gotham's police station was like a sieve, and there were too many people. It was better for her to remain mysterious for now. Just as Gordon was wondering when there was a new heroine in his district, Catwoman's helicopter finally arrived. Catwoman and Gordon had known each other for many years, and the two of them exchanged information in a low voice. The police officers also showed an expression of seeing the old Chinese doctor being saved. Now, Gotham was similar to Stalingrad. The sound of gunfire was endless, and occasionally there was an explosion. The few of them were heavily injured, and they did not have many bullets left. They did not have the confidence to cross the city, but the arrival of the helicopter greatly increased their safety. The villains had fainted after coming into contact with the spider web for a long time. After all, it was a chemical product, and skin contact would cause some damage to the nervous system. If they wanted to make it green, it would require more research. Thea and Felicity stood beside the spider web, and each of them wore a pair of gloves to check their results. The adhesion is not bad. Next time, we can reduce the amount used. For a single target, such a large piece is a bit of a waste. Gordon and Catwoman slowly walked over while Thea was inspecting the spider web with a special lens. Looking at the densely packed spider webs. This was really good stuff. Chief Gordon had been looking for ways to arrest criminals without breaking the law. Beating criminals until they couldn't take care of themselves was not in line with his philosophy. Every time Batman threw a bloody criminal at the entrance of the police station, the cleaners, doctors, and guards would be busy for half a day. This spider web was not bad at all. Not to mention bleeding, there wasn't even a single wound. It was safe and fast, and it even had a stun effect. If the police encountered such a situation, they could just take him away with a gun. Not only did it protect the police officers, but it also wouldn't cause any serious injuries to the criminals. If it wasn't the wrong time, he would have asked Thea how much it cost per kilogram. Coming back to his senses, he saw the two girls talking about things that he did not understand. He could only interrupt them. "Thank you for your help to Gotham." "Oh, you're welcome." It seemed that Catwoman had told him about her identity. Actually, it wasn't hard to guess. Felicity was standing there without any disguise, so it was easy to figure out who she was. However, Thea did not continue to dwell on this question. Instead, she asked, "Where are we going next?" She could only ask Chief Gordon this question. After all, he was the chief of a city with tens of millions of people. He was at least a department-level official, so he didn't lack decisiveness. This was also the main reason why Thea looked for him first. "Some of our police officers are now at Gotham University. Follow me. There's a university in this godforsaken place? Learning how to make C4? Learning how to establish a new outlook on life for mental patients." Thea really expressed her admiration for the few socialites who had decided to build a university here. She really had to admire them if she didn't help them. When it came to the specific teams, Chief Gordon hoped that Thea would bring 2 people with her because the helicopter could not fit so many people. Thea saw that the police officers were unkempt like refugees. She was a bit of a clean freak, and the skateboard was only so big. She was afraid that she would overreact and kick them off. The police officers also felt that her skateboard was floating and did not feel safe just looking at it. Both parties agreed that it was just right. The women got on the skateboard, and the men got on the helicopter. To be honest, the police officers were quite skilled. 3 out of the 4 of them knew how to fly a helicopter. This made Thea wonder if she should learn some modern piloting skills. Catwoman was still very confident in her balance. She stood on one side, while Thea hugged Felicity's waist and stood on the other side. The 3 of them lowered their altitude and flew slowly behind the helicopter. They did not mention the people on the internet. Thea and the rest had a special solution to put them down, but now that the city was in chaos, there was no place to put them. They could only leave them hanging for now. As for whether they could find a way to get down without the solution, the two of them did not know. Since Thea was hugging Felicity, she could only use her pistol to fend off the enemies they encountered along the way. The helicopter rumbled, and there was no need to worry about hiding. Catwoman also showed the limit of human agility. She stood steadily on the skateboard without relying on any equipment. From time to time, she would even throw knives at the enemies. Finally, just before Felicity was about to faint, they arrived at the so-called Gotham University. The university was really in the style of Gotham. The overall feeling was gloomy and gray. There was a shabby iron fence at the entrance. The main teaching building was brighter, as if the school was trying to decorate the university with more colors. However, the actual effect was minimal. After years of neglect, the originally white walls had become murky. There was a green belt at the side of the school. The trees that were supposed to bring life and sunshine looked especially scary in this gloomy environment. A breeze blew, and the leaves rustled, like the whispers of a banshee echoing in the forest. Thea was a little annoyed. This place did not even need to be renovated to make a horror movie. How much money could they save by lending it to the crew of a ring? If they buried a corpse here, it would turn into a corpse in no time. Felicity, who was always talkative, was also frightened by the scary atmosphere. She shrank into Thea's arms like a quail. The police officers and Catwoman were not affected. Perhaps they had grown up in this environment and were already immune to it. This university was really a place of outstanding people. There was a guy who liked to scare people since he was young and grew up scaring people even more. Later on, someone gave this professor a nickname, the Scarecrow. He was the sage who scared many people to the point of peeing their pants when he wore a mask in Batman's movie. There was also an outstanding student representative. She was a young girl who won the gymnastics championship for the school. It was said that she almost participated in the Olympic Games. After graduation, she focused on the most advanced research in psychology and became an existence that countless juniors looked up to. This girl was called the Clown Girl. Of course, the school was innocent in nurturing so many elites. You couldn't say that the school was bad just because Voldemort graduated from Hogwarts. A school was a place to learn. Did the two above learn anything? If they did, it meant that it had nothing to do with the school. In the future, Batman even sent his son to the school for further studies. This meant that Master Bruce recognized the school's teaching ability. Chapter 51. Everyone parked the flying vehicle in the open space of the campus. The police officer who acted as the temporary pilot touched the control stick reluctantly. Looking at his expression, he wished he could live on the plane so that he could make strategic changes at any time. However, he had to obey the chief's orders. He could only keep up with the rest of the team. Sia jumped off the skateboard with Felicity. Just as she was about to ask Felicity where the other two teammates were, Felicity stopped. "Dad, you're finally back. Are you okay?" A fashionably dressed, red-haired girl hugged Gordon's neck and refused to let go. Behind her was a skinny, black-haired young man. "I'm fine, Barbara." The old chief was not used to hugging in public. The two hugged reluctantly and then let go. It seemed that the girl was Batgirl and the man was Nightwing, who would become Robin later. Thea did not go up to greet them. Firstly, it was not worth it. Secondly, she was just a backup. It was not good for her to steal the limelight. They could not swarm at the door and talk, so Gordon gestured for everyone to go inside. They were very quiet along the way. Only Barbara kept asking questions, such as if Batman had been found, and if the state government had sent troops. Halfway through, Gordon interrupted her to introduce Thea and Felicity. However, she just nodded indifferently and continued talking to her father. Sure enough, the people in this city were a little crazy. "Why are you so arrogant? There will be a time when you will beg me." Thea observed along the way and found that the woman was really not shrewd. She only talked to her father and Robin next to her. She did not even ask about the police officers who had gone through fire and water with her father. She did not know how smart this person was, but her EQ was obviously not high. No wonder she was severely injured and paralyzed by the Joker in the future. She had to sit in a wheelchair for 3 years before she came to her senses. She remembered that after she was injured, she was taught by Richard Dragon and learned the long-lost Linghu hero's unique skill of becoming the best in the world in a wheelchair. She relied on the wheelchair to make a name for herself. She imagined that scene and felt a chill in her heart. When the time came, she would definitely come and see. She was a noble person. She would definitely not come to mock her. She would definitely come to learn from her. Yes, that was it. As she walked, she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the number of people in the team. Huh? Where's Catwoman? Thea looked around and found that Catwoman was silently walking at the back of the team. There was an indescribable feeling in her expression. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that these two women didn't get along? In fact, she had guessed correctly. Barbara was usually very arrogant. She had always looked down on the feline girls who did things sneakily, thinking that it was a blasphemy to the so-called righteous cause. Moreover, Robin was very obedient to her, and did whatever she said. Out of sight and out of mind, the feline girls went to look for reinforcements. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to find Batman, she would have run away a long time ago. Whether or not Gotham was dead had nothing to do with her. Hey, do you guys have a place to let me change? Thea stood there for a while, waiting for Catwoman to walk up to her. She asked softly. It wasn't easy to put on this set of clothes, and it took a lot of effort to take it off. At this moment, she was very envious of Catwoman's lightning-like speed in changing clothes. Follow me. The two of them greeted the rest of the team, and Catwoman led Thea to the side. Come to the meeting room later. Let's have a meeting, Chief Gordon hurriedly said. Catwoman waved her hand from afar, indicating that she understood. After changing into a lighter set of clothes, Thea returned to her harmless little white flower identity and followed Catwoman to the door of a meeting room. Along the way, they realized that the school building was densely packed with citizens. Some were wearing suits, some were wearing t-shirts and shorts, but these people all had one thing in common, and that was that they were not lively. Almost everyone had bloodstains on them, and many of them were even wrapped in bandages. After entering the meeting room, everyone made a formal introduction. This job could only be done by Catwoman, who was familiar with both sides. This is Thea Quinn, codename Red Arrow, and this is Felicity Smoker, a computer expert. These two are my teammates, Batgirl Barbara Gordon and Robin Dick Gleason. Since the formal introduction had been made, Barbara Gordon couldn't ignore Thea like before. She casually said some nonsense, such as "I've heard a lot about you, and how are your parents?" Thea thought to herself, "My nominal father has already died at sea, and you're still asking if he's doing well?" This was purely not taking her seriously, or perhaps she didn't even know who she was, and was just saying perfunctory words. After a few pleasantries, the small meeting room fell into a strange silence. Other than the two from Star City, the rest of the team looked at each other, and it seemed that no one wanted to speak. Even Barbara, who seemed to have a lot of nonsense before, shut her mouth. The atmosphere was quite strange. Why didn't they speak? Could it be that they all had the ability to communicate telepathically like Professor X? But that was obviously impossible. If they had the ability to kill Bane in seconds, she wouldn't have had to run so far away. Glancing at Felicity without batting an eyelid, she shook her head and gestured for them to wait and see. Barbara seemed to have thought of something and suddenly mustered her courage. She said passionately, "I saw that you guys got a helicopter. That's great. We should fly over and attack Bane. As long as we kill Bane, we can save Gotham." She was a little hesitant at first, but the more she spoke, the happier she became. It was as if Bane was a watermelon lying on the ground, waiting for her to pick it. Thea didn't quite understand what she was thinking, and she held back the fact that the helicopter was her family. She held her chin with her right hand and waited for her to continue speaking. "What do you guys think?" Barbara was a little nervous when no one responded to her. Good idea. Robin was in love with her, and he supported her unconditionally. Catgirl neither agreed nor disagreed, and Director Gordon looked very helpless. Usually, this kind of thing would be left to the wise Batman to figure it out, and the rest of them would carry it out. But now, this wise Batman was in a corner, and the rest of them didn't even have a say. He wanted to give orders, but they didn't listen to him. Even his own daughter was as stubborn as a bull. He didn't have much say in this team. Just as he was about to agree, Thea finally saw the problem with these people. They didn't have much initiative. To put it bluntly, they didn't use their brains. They usually hugged Batman's leg and killed a few small bosses, and they thought they were amazing. Everyone in this room was an ordinary person, and there wasn't a single enhancer or esper. This kind of team was ready to go and kill Bane? Do you guys know his strength? Blindly rushing forward to start the fight. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. He had to fight for some initiative. Otherwise, these people would lead the team into a ditch. As long as Bane couldn't fly, he could run away. Felicity, on the other hand, couldn't run away. She couldn't even do a few pull-ups, and was even worse than an ordinary person. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought her along. Clap, clap. Thea clapped her hands to attract their attention. Good idea, really good idea. She gave Barbara a thumbs up as she spoke. You came up with this idea when you were eating biscuits with the gorilla, right? Thea looked at her with a serious face. Chapter 52. Puffed. Felicity almost spat out the cola from her nose. She quickly lowered her head to show that she was invisible. From this, one could see how fast the feline girl's reaction speed was. She almost laughed out loud, but then she remembered that she was on Barbara's side, and she could not make fun of her own people. Halfway through her laughter, she used her strong facial muscles to pull back her mouth muscles. From afar, she looked like Mona Lisa's younger sister. Robin wanted to speak up for his sweetheart, but Thea had already returned to her usual appearance when she entered the house. Anyone could tell that she was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Robin remembered Batman's words to never provoke women, especially beautiful ones, so he automatically entered into spectator mode. You bastard, how dare you say that about me? Barbara didn't expect Thea to praise her first and then kick her into the gutter. There was only one thought in her mind. This woman's words were too mean. Thea wasn't angry. She carefully observed the angry Barbara. This woman was proud and arrogant. She thought that the whole world revolved around her and never cared about what others thought. This person's trajectory was very similar to her own. If it wasn't for her encounter, she would probably be like this now. Looking at Barbara's hysterical appearance, Thea's gaze didn't show any dissatisfaction. She just felt a little sad and pitiful. What's with that look? You better explain it to me clearly. Do you have a better idea? Even though Barbara's rage meter was almost full, she still retained a certain amount of rationality. This was probably because of the daily teachings of Batman, Commissioner Gordon, and the others. Thea was satisfied with her performance. If she slammed the table and glared, Thea would turn around and leave. It had nothing to do with her, even if Gotham was blown into a crater. First of all, can we beat Ben with just the few of us? I heard Catwoman say that he defeated Batman with his bare hands. Can we be stronger than Batman? Barbara said with a little contempt. What's wrong with that? We can use guns. Why fight him with our bare hands? Have you studied the map? Bane is still in the city hall. The view there is very wide, and it will be difficult to find a shooting angle for a long-range sniper. If we use pistols, I'm afraid it won't be effective. Barbara pondered for a moment. We can always use missiles. The Wayne family still has a few hidden launchers. Please, do you have the word investigation in your dictionary? Thea was on the verge of breaking down. She wondered if Batman would lower his IQ by bringing these guys around every day. He told Felicity to send the data to the monitor in the room and showed a photo to the hostages. This is what we saw through the cameras in the city hall. These people are hostages, right? Although I don't know them, I compared them. This bald man is your mayor, right? Is this black woman a prosecutor or a judge? Are you going to blow these people up with a missile? Thea looked at her with a teasing expression. Before Barbara could reply, Director Gordon, who had been pretending to be invisible, hurriedly said, No, we can't do that. We have to save the hostages first. If the government officials were all killed by a superhero with a missile, it would definitely be in the headlines tomorrow. Batman wouldn't have to come back. These guys were all his underlings. As the boss, it was better to run away quickly. Barbara was also a little depressed, but she still said stubbornly, Then what do you think we should do? What do I say? Do you listen to me? Thea looked at them with a smile. The group of friends and relatives looked at each other and didn't say anything. Catwoman broke the silence because of their previous friendship. Tell us your idea first. If it makes sense, we will definitely listen. There was no sincerity in her words at all. Thea had no intention of leading these people. Anyway, Batman would be back in a few days. They were just passers-by to her. I don't know your personal abilities. I'll just give you my personal opinion. My opinion is that this guy is not a threat at the moment and can be dealt with last. Thea pointed at Ben, who was in a daze, and said to everyone, yes, Ben was not a threat at the moment. He wanted to go out and kill people, but he was afraid that the hostages would run away. If he didn't go out, he would have nothing to do. The only thing left was to untie the hostages and play cards. Seeing that the group, especially Barbara, was still a little unwilling, Thea could only add fuel to the fire. I don't think you guys understand what the most important thing now is. Is it this Ben on the screen? I know you guys aren't afraid of sacrifice, but is it meaningful to use your precious lives to save these officials? Even if you kill him and save a few high-ranking government officials, will it solve the city's problem? Thea said and looked at Director Gordon. Those guys definitely won't make it. Gordon knew those guys too well. In front of an outsider like Sia, he couldn't directly say that they were corrupt by nature and had no practical ability at all. He was already being very kind by not using the missiles to bomb them, and the old director would never agree to let his precious daughter take the risk to rescue those scumbags even if he was beaten to death. Seeing the director's clear stance, Thea knew that she finally had some authority. Since they aren't in danger, instead of using our precious time to save these guys, why don't we organize everyone to save the civilians in the city? My partner has come up with a plan. I'd like to share it with you guys. Thea said and signaled for Felicity to continue. Felicity was confident that she would be able to become the CEO of Palmer Corporation in the future. She pulled out a map of Gotham confidently. This is Gotham University where we are now. My plan is to build a quarantine zone between Harris Square and Adams Street. We'll use this area as our actual control zone and call the citizens to come to us. At the same time, we'll continue to gather the scattered police officers and expand our control zone until the crisis is resolved. That's all I have to say. Felicity's speech was impassioned at first, but when she realized that there was no response, her voice became softer. Barbara and Robin were a little dazed. Catwoman seemed to have understood something. She said nervously, "Are you trying to start a war? Building fortifications and quarantine zones? Oh God, am I back to the war era?" Selena, I don't know what to say, but I hope you can see the reality. Isn't this a war? At least 1,500 criminals escaped from Blackgate Prison. Adding in the hundreds from the asylum, the city is full of bad guys. Are we going to catch them one by one? How many citizens are going to die in this period of time? Catwoman's thinking represented the thinking of a large number of superheroes. No matter what happened, they would take the blame. To put it nicely, they were willing to take responsibility. To put it bluntly, they were too self-centered. They felt that the world would stop spinning without them. Sia could guess that if she had not been involved in this incident, they would have killed Bane as quickly as possible, and then spent a lot of time looking for fugitives all over the city. The previous criminals and lunatics were the results of 10 years of catching them. This time, they all had criminal records, so it should be simpler. However, it would take at least 5 years to catch them. This was a good thing for the manga artists. They were secretly happy that all the characters could be used again, but it was not a good thing for the people in the real world. Chapter 53. Catwoman wasn't wrong when she said that she wanted to turn Gotham into a war, and that was exactly what Thea was planning. She had nothing to do with Gotham, and it was already good enough that she volunteered to help. Was she going to use her morals to tie her down and work for them for 5 years? What a joke. Batman's group of friends and family members was a classic example of someone who had been poisoned by the idea of a hero. They felt that the citizens were so weak that they could be blown away by a gust of wind, and they would rush to the front whenever something big or small happened. The truth was that the citizens weren't that weak, and the bad guys weren't that strong. As long as they could start a war with the people, they would definitely win in a place like Gotham, where the level of combat power wasn't high. Heroes were brave enough to take responsibility, and their guiding philosophy was, with great power comes great responsibility. This approach wasn't bad, but you had to look at the timing. Now that the city was full of bad guys, it wasn't realistic to plan to act as a unit and try to kill them one by one. The most important thing now was to restore order and unite the citizens. After all, there were only a few bad guys, and the majority of the citizens wanted to live a peaceful life. I have a suggestion. We should choose a leader. After all, Batman isn't here. Thea saw that they still didn't speak, so she had no choice but to give them a strong push. Heh, that's your real goal, isn't it? Barbara mocked her with an expression that said, "You've finally revealed your foxtail." Thea truly felt that she and Barbara were at odds. The two of them didn't have any grudges, but Thea just didn't feel comfortable looking at her, and she believed that she felt the same way too. Perhaps it was a natural mismatch. Actually, thinking about it carefully, the two women that she didn't like were Batgirl Barbara and Black Canary Laurel. Both of them were from the Raptor Squad, so they were naturally at odds with each other. He had talked to Laurel twice. Theoretically, the relationship between them should be harmonious. After all, regardless of whether Laurel chose Tommy or Oliver, she was still Thea's relative. However, both conversations could only be described as dull. The two talked about jewelry. Laurel said that her father was living alone with her and her sister, so their family wasn't rich. When they talked about the law, Thea felt that if she took the path of a hero, she wouldn't be able to abide by the various laws. The end result of the conversation could only be described in diplomatic terms. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and they exchanged opinions with each other. As the saying goes, each has his own say, and no conclusion was reached. Thea felt that this kind of heroine who didn't have much ability but was full of righteousness was really incompatible with her. She didn't directly answer Barbara's question and looked at the others, wanting to know if they had any different opinions. Robin was as silent as ever. Although Catwoman wanted to support Thea, she was worried about the unity of her team, so she didn't say anything. Director Gordon was invisible. He had always been a non-voting participant in such meetings and had never spoken. It wasn't that the Bat Squad didn't value the old director, but it was a habit that had been accumulated over the years. The heroes would fight the villains, and the police would clean up the battlefield. Director Gordon considered all aspects and tacitly agreed to this method of cooperation. Sure enough, this was the daily state of Batman's team. The subordinates would do whatever the boss said. Thea looked at their half-dead expressions and took it as tacit agreement. Well, I propose that Director Gordon take charge of the overall situation. At the same time, the few of us will form a small team and be directly under the old director's leadership. What do you think? Thea said as she looked around at the crowd, deliberately admiring their expressions. Barbara's expression was the most interesting. She had been a little dizzy. When she vaguely heard Gordon's name, she thought that Thea had chosen her to be the leader. However, when she went through the whole sentence in her mind, she realized that there was a director in front of it. She didn't know whether to agree or disagree with accepting her father's leadership. Robin, who had been silent all this time, reacted quickly this time. He immediately expressed his support for his future father-in-law and hurriedly nodded. Miss Thea is right. It's a good idea for Director Gordon to lead everyone. He even gave his father-in-law a fawning smile. Catwoman had no reason to object. She had known Gordon, who had just become a police officer, since she was a teenager. Although the two of them weren't related by blood, Gordon took care of her like half a father. If it weren't for the director's protection, she would have been arrested a long time ago for her petty thievery. Felicity also nodded to show her presence. Director Gordon didn't know what was going on. How did he suddenly go from attending the meeting to speaking on the stage? The world changed a little too quickly. However, seeing that the others, especially the members of the Bat team, didn't object, he happily accepted this reality. With his age, no one had any objections to him leading these young people in front of him. In fact, he could also lead Batman. When Bruce was young, he was the one who ordered him around. It was only after Old Master returned from his training that his master's position changed. At the end of the day, it was still about strength. Thea heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Gordon had successfully taken over the leadership. She wouldn't even know how she died if she listened to the orders of those people. If she took over the leadership, the others would definitely not agree. Even if she forcefully took over the team, the result would definitely be a split. Besides, she was just a bystander. There was no need for her to take the lead. Now that there was a senior who was willing to take over this hot potato, it couldn't be better. As for whether Director Gordon's life would be in danger if he attracted too much hatred, Thea felt that he had attracted hatred for more than 30 years. He didn't lose an arm or a leg, so it wouldn't be a problem even if he carried the burden for a few more days. After handing over the heavy burden, Thea relaxed and leaned back in her chair. She felt that the situation was serious on the plane. When she saw the situation in Gotham, she felt that she had to add an update to her previous sentence. This was equivalent to being pulled into a group of friends and family right after reaching the max level. After joining the group, she found out that the leader and main tank had been kidnapped. The remaining damage dealers ignored everything and went to explore the new dungeon. How could she tolerate this? The original plan was to choose one of the current members to be the leader. However, after seeing the performance of these people, she could only give up. She had no choice but to pull one of the substitutes to be the leader. This person was Director Gordon. Compared to Batman's golden thigh, this person could only be considered a golden thigh. However, he was still able to provide support. To be honest, Director Gordon agreed with Thea's previous idea. If they relied on those heroes to support them every time they faced a crisis, why would they still need the police? His life's work would be wasted. However, seeing that his daughter didn't get along well with her, he didn't express his support. Although Thea didn't say anything harsh at his age, he could tell that Thea wasn't satisfied with the way the Bat team was doing things. In fact, Director Gordon also didn't agree with Batman's method of using fear to deal with evil. He went from incomprehension to anger, to numbness to compromise in the end. It was actually a psychological struggle. Now that he saw that the daughter of Star City seemed to have a different way of doing things. She was more sunny and rational. The flame of hope that he had given up on was reignited. Perhaps she would bring a new way of choosing to Gotham. Chapter 54. At the end of the meeting, Felicity showed off her presence again. While they were chatting, she stole 2 drones. Although they were commercial drones and didn't carry any weapons, it still shocked the brainless Gordon. Barbara, who always boasted of being a computer expert, also showed an expression of wonder. Gordon immediately pulled Felicity away to set up the defense line, and at the same time indicated that the rest of the team could rest. Yes, the heroes didn't need to be involved in some trivial matters. This was also one of Thea's goals, to change from a forward to a second-string bench. It was indeed inconvenient for the heroes to do many things. For example, evacuating the civilians from the war zone, the police could knock on the door and say, "Fellow countrymen, open the door and check the water meter." When the people inside saw that it was the police, they left without a word. In this war, they didn't even care about the water meter, let alone their belongings. The heroes couldn't do it. If you hid your head and showed your tail, who would dare to follow you? What if a bad guy tricked you to some place and did something to you? In this era, people were too liberated. In the past, only women were in danger, but now both men and women were in danger. Barbara insisted on playing her role and using her real identity to help her father. Robin had no choice but to change his identity and follow her. Catwoman stood there in a daze. She wanted to help, but to be honest, she didn't feel comfortable being with dozens of policemen. She was afraid that the policeman would suddenly raise his badge and gun and shout, "Hands up, I'm GCPD, Gotham Police." This scene had appeared countless times in her childhood dreams. Although she had turned over a new leaf, this scene would occasionally appear in her mind. Seeing that she was in a daze, Thea didn't say anything and pulled her out. It was rare for her to come here, and it would be a waste if she didn't take a stroll. Catwoman also found an excuse for herself. She said that they should go help, but she quickly ran out of the school with Thea. Gotham was an international metropolis. Although the people had been in an abyss of suffering for a long time, there were many temptations. For example, the delicious food in front of her. Due to the influence of British cuisine, there were only a few American recipes. Hamburgers, steak, and pizza made Thea's stomach churn. She and Catwoman strolled around a few relatively peaceful streets nearby and accidentally found a China-style restaurant. This made her very happy. Although Catwoman said that the restaurant had the backing of the Triads, the city was full of bad people, and the Triads could be classified as good people. If the rich lady wasn't afraid to see her, the cat girl would be even more fearless. She had grown up in a place filled with people from all walks of life. Returning to such a chaotic place was like returning to her own home. It would be an exaggeration to say that she was like a fish in water, but it was indeed much more comfortable than staying in a high-end neighborhood. This was probably where she and Barbara had their differences. Barbara's mother left the family when she was 10 years old. Before she left several large properties in Gotham to her daughter. Therefore, although Gordon was as clean as noodles, the father and daughter didn't live in poverty. When Barbara was young, she was definitely not poor. She was at least above the middle class. The conflict between Catwoman and her had been going on for a long time. Catwoman thought that she was elegant, so why did she say that she was vulgar? Barbara thought that she was cultured, so why did she say that she was arrogant? In addition, Catwoman had spent a long time with Bruce. She had always compared Bruce to Barbara. In fact, it was because of Bruce's chivalry. However, in Catwoman's eyes, the Wayne family was the representative of the upper class. Compared to Barbara, who was a petty bourgeois, she had a feeling that the Wayne family was so rich, but they were humble and polite. What was the big deal about Barbara's family? The conflict grew and the misunderstandings grew. In fact, both of them had some small flaws, but under the premise that they didn't like each other, they were infinitely magnified by each other. Although Batman, who had self-studied psychology, and Gordon, who had lived for more than 60 years, had both seen the conflict between them and tried to reconcile the differences between the two, the effect was really not great. Batman had lived his entire life in hatred and had never had a girlfriend. Gordon's marriage had only lasted for a short period of time, which was equivalent to being a bachelor for half his life. Neither of them understood women's psychology. The conflict between the two women was actually just some daily trifles, but they didn't know about it. They just explained the facts to the criminals and reasoned with them. The rift that might have been able to be mended was completely shattered in the process of chattering about the future and life. Now, when the two met in a good mood, they would greet each other. "The weather is good today," or "Have you eaten?" When they were in a bad mood, they would pretend not to know each other. In the end, the reputation between the two was permanently fixed at neutral. Now, Catwoman met Thea, who was also rich but careless. The two unexpectedly got along well. Although they weren't sworn friends, they could already be considered friends. This time, when she went to ask for help, Thea came to help without hesitation. This confirmed her point of view, which was that the richer you were, the more polite you were. The two of them entered the restaurant and ordered a few dishes. The dishes here were actually the American version of Chinese food. It was unknown what the foreign gourmet was thinking. Perhaps they had received money from McDonald's and KFC, but they kept advocating the benefits of fried food to the body. They actually came up with the argument that fried food was the healthiest and boiled ingredients lost too much of their nutrients. The entire Chinese restaurant was hit hard, not to mention the Japanese raw food. Some Japanese restaurants continued to maintain the tradition of eating raw food, while the more flexible Chinese restaurants could only do as the Romans do. If you like deep-fried food, then we'll deep-fry it. We'll add all kinds of oil and salt. For fried meatballs and fried fish, no matter what the ingredients were, we'll deep-fry them. Sia looked for a long time to find something with a lighter flavor, but she couldn't find it. She could only order a few dishes and a fish, and ate with the cat girl. Catwoman didn't know if it was because of her name or her personal preference, but after the dishes were served, she stared at the fish and ate happily. For a foreigner to be able to use chopsticks as well as Thea, her hands were really good. Seeing her eating the fish, Thea also picked up 2 chopsticks. It was indeed delicious, and it was braised. "What's the relationship between you and Bruce?" Thea had been holding back this gossip for a long time. The two of them had known each other since childhood, and it was really rare that they hadn't confirmed their relationship until now. Didn't you see Talia's actions when she needed to? She pulled Batman, a mighty and majestic man, and did indescribable things with him. Now, Batman's child was already able to do whatever he wanted. He went from being the third party to being the first wife. As a childhood sweetheart, you're doing too badly. Catwoman didn't know what to do. Their relationship should have been natural. First, they exchanged hardware and software. In addition, they were both martial arts masters, and they had unlocked many positions. They had done what they should and shouldn't do. However, she still felt uneasy, especially after knowing that Batman actually had a son. This uneasiness became a breakthrough point, and the contradiction between the two became more and more obvious. Chapter 55. Catwoman had probably been in the dark side of Gotham for a long time and had seen too many bad people, so she had a sense of alienation towards people, especially men. Furthermore, she and Batman had known each other since they were young, so they felt like family. Perhaps it was because they were too familiar with each other that it was difficult to make a move on them. It required a lot of psychological preparation to turn this kind of relationship into a romantic one. However, Bruce's parents died when he was 8 years old, and he was raised by the old butler, Alfred. When the old butler was young, he naturally couldn't talk about relationships with an 8-year-old. By the time Bruce was old enough to talk about it, the old butler had already buried his neck in the ground. It was a cruel thing to talk about women with an old man whose body had completely deteriorated. Bruce definitely couldn't do that. In fact, if you looked closely at Batman, he was really slow when it came to relationships between men and women. He wasn't like Oliver, who became a hero after 20 years. His brain was filled with revenge since he was young, and when he grew up, he had to save the city and scare criminals. He was so busy every day that he didn't have the time to think about how to deal with women. Furthermore, there were only a few men around him, so he didn't know who to talk to. Alfred was the first to give up at his age. Robin had always treated him as a teacher, so he couldn't bring himself to talk about women with his disciple. Chief Gordon was married, but his wife had some problems. She had been struggling with the question of whether she liked the opposite sex or the same sex all her life. She had left her husband and daughter early on. To be honest, Chief Gordon had been single for half his life, so he could not give any guidance. Therefore, Batman's feelings for Catwoman were just dragging on. Catwoman didn't know about his feelings, so she waited like an ostrich. The two of them just waited like that. If there were no accidents, they would still be together in the end. It didn't matter who they were together with, so they would be able to survive until there was only one man left. However, Talia's sudden interference broke the tacit understanding between the two. Nandarbat had a subtropical climate, so Talia was very passionate. She didn't care about Catwoman's declaration of sovereignty and dragged Batman into a friendly match. Ninja Master had trained Batman before, so he was very happy to have him as his son-in-law. He kept saying, "You're really my son-in-law." In order to help his daughter tie down Batman, the Master used his profound alchemy knowledge to concoct a long-lost palace drug. 10 months later, Damian Wayne fell to the ground. Could be said that this was a classic case of knowledge changing one's fate. After Batman found out the truth, he couldn't find anyone to vent his anger on. The Master really had good intentions. He taught him martial arts without asking for anything in return, and even gave his daughter a betrothal gift without asking for a single cent. He even personally concocted the secret medicine. One had to know that many of the herbs were already extinct, and the more they were used, the less they would be used. In order to continue the Wayne family's ancestral line, the Master really went all out. With this pioneering deed, he could easily become the nation's best father-in-law. On the other hand, Talia couldn't blame her either. She gave birth to her own child, not old Wong's. Batman thought about it and could only run. On a dark and windy night, without riding the white dragon horse or bringing his third disciple, Mr. Bruce ran away. He wandered outside for a few years, waiting for the news to die down before returning to Gotham. After that, Talia angrily chased after her husband. Today's situation in Gotham was 99% caused by his actions. Catwoman now felt wronged, sad, and a little worried. She didn't know what to do. On one hand, she didn't want to give up Gotham. This was her home. On the other hand, she didn't want to fight. She brought her child to look for her husband. Although breaking her husband's spine was a little extreme, it was also a way to express domestic violence. Maybe they liked this when they were together? What right did she have to get involved? No matter how she looked at it, she was just a lover. It was rare to meet Thea who had nothing to do and liked to listen to her ramble. Thinking that she wasn't familiar with her team, and that they would go back home in 2 days, she didn't have anything to worry about. Thus, she started to talk about her troubles. After hearing a few sentences, Thea understood the gist of it. She sighed in her heart. Actually, it was a very easy problem to solve, but these few people had created such a big problem. Batman had self-taught so many psychology books. He was a giant in theory but a dwarf in life. No wonder he only knew how to scare the bad guys for 30 years without wavering. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. As the saying went, one should apply what one learned. He had probably learned a lot, and it was not enough to describe him as a scholar. But as for how much he had learned, it was obvious from Gutan's reaction. As for Catwoman's current situation, although Thea didn't learn any great books, she could tell that her subconscious wanted to fight, whether it was a fight with the bad guys or a fight with Talia. However, Batman's hesitation made her feel a little awkward. She lacked a way to get out of the awkward situation. If she was Batman, she would be able to settle it with a few words. However, she wasn't, so she could only use a roundabout way to talk to her. That was to compare who was more miserable. When someone complained to you in real life, this method was very useful. For example, you said that your father ran away when you were 12, and you relied on your mother since you were young. Look at me, my grandfather was killed by the Japanese from the Foot Basin country when I was 9. Aren't I still alive and well? The most important thing to be a person is to be happy, right? When the other party heard this, they felt that it made sense. When they compared their own experiences, there was no such thing as the worst, only worse. They immediately completed their psychological construction and revived on the spot. This was what Thea was doing now. She artistically embellished her own painful experiences. Of course, Malcolm kept it a secret. He only talked about how he missed his father and brother, how his mother wanted to remarry, and his various misfortunes. The listeners were shocked and moved to tears. Catwoman was indeed shocked by Malcolm's painful experiences. When she compared her own past, although she lived a hard life, she didn't have so many bad things. Her childhood and youth were still pretty good. When she thought about it and compared it, she immediately felt that there were 4 words floating in the sky. That's not a problem. Then, Thea complained about the difficult lives of rich people. She talked about the snooping of shareholders, the framing of peers, the kidnapping and extortion of bad people. In short, she said, "Is it easy for me to live for so long?" Catwoman automatically thought of the scene when Bruce's parents were killed when he was young. Then, she thought of the F*King shareholders of Wayne Enterprises. Batman had used 20 years to completely take back the control of the company. Every one of them was greedy for money like a competition. He couldn't stop them at all. These people risked their lives to make money and weren't afraid of death. As Thea spoke more and more enthusiastically, Catwoman could only sigh. Sure enough, the lives of the rich were also full of misfortunes. They were indeed much more burdened than ordinary people like her. Chapter 56. The more Thea and Catwoman talked, the happier they got. They compared their life paths and found that they were surprisingly compatible. Thea suggested that she increase the intensity of her and Batman's love life. After all, they had known each other for so many years. She knew what he looked like and he knew her depth. What was there to be afraid of? Just chase after him. It was too easy for a girl to chase after a guy. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. Gotham was a place where money was good but not people. Perhaps it was a feng shui problem, but every couple that was about to succeed would break up in the end. For example, Batman and Catwoman, Gordon and Barbara's mother, the Riddler and that girl. Every single one of them was a failure. Oh no, other than the domineering Joker, the rest were all broken up. Perhaps the feng shui of this place couldn't withstand the Joker's madness. Oh right. Have you guys dated before? Thea was doubtful that the serious Master Bruce knew that men and women needed to go on dates to be together. Just once. Catwoman was a little embarrassed as she spoke. She lowered her head and looked at her. It was that time when we went to Star City. All right, so this date of yours is just going to cause a ruckus at my place? So this was Gotham's way of expressing romance? It was quite unique. Don't you guys give each other gifts? Yes, my gloves and long whip were all given by him. Catwoman's blissful expression made Thea shiver. Oh my, I was wrong to say that Batman was slow. You're not that strong. Just as Thea was about to give her a good lesson on the 108 things to pay attention to in a relationship between a man and a woman. Hurry up! Everyone hurry up! A young man dressed as a restaurant worker led a few burly men with pistols to the back of the kitchen. Thea looked at Catwoman. What was going on? No matter how he looked at it, these men didn't look like they were going to wash the dishes in the back because they couldn't afford to pay. Could it be that they were going to use their guns to reason with the restaurant owner? Catwoman ignored Thea's surprised look. She took a bite of the fish and said slowly, "They are probably collecting protection fees. It's nothing to be surprised about. Just get used to it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Listening to the gunshots inside, he looked around and saw that the diners all looked calm. They were eating and drinking as usual. Perhaps this was the custom here? With this interruption, it was difficult to continue talking about their love life. The two began to talk about Thea's skateboard. Catwoman was very considerate. She only asked about the design concept and didn't ask about the technical details. The two of them only discussed the practical aspects. To be honest, this skateboard didn't have too many technical barriers. Thea hadn't seen the data of the Green Goblin skateboard. She had just pieced together a similar skateboard based on her imagination. No one was more stupid than the other. If she could copy it, others could too. This thing couldn't be intellectual property rights. Not to mention others, with Batman's high IQ, it was easy to say that Thea and Felicity's work was as easy as flipping his hand. However, he could still make a similar skateboard after a few months of seclusion. Therefore, Thea's attitude towards Catwoman's questions was that she would tell her if she asked. If she didn't get the answer, then forget it. Just as she was drawing a sketch and talking about a few design points, a few burly men rushed into the kitchen with AKs. Thea looked at Catwoman again. Did this restaurant require an interview to wash dishes? Were these people from the previous batch of people from the same hometown? The previous batch of people felt that it was easy to earn money here, so they asked their friends to come quickly. The feline girl was also a little surprised. She unconsciously stretched her head to take a look inside. Come on, you're a feline girl, not a giraffe girl. What can you see from dozens of meters away and a wall? Realizing that she didn't see anything, Catwoman didn't look embarrassed. She elegantly lit a woman's cigarette and spread her hands at Thea, indicating that they were just like this. They had embarrassed themselves in front of the people of Star City. Thea also expressed her admiration for the vibrant lifestyle of the people of Gotham. They couldn't continue the topic of weapons. They could only switch to the topic that Thea was currently most concerned about, how to fight in a high-heeled battle. Catwoman almost laughed out loud when she heard this question. This was exactly what she was proud of. In her previous love life, she was always at the stage of the audience when it came to skateboard equipment. She was the one who received the knowledge and guidance. Now she could finally hold her head high. Thea, even a little girl like you doesn't know how to do it. Let me teach you a lesson. It's time for me to attack. She then explained her experience in detail. It was similar to what Shiva said, but it was more about how she felt in actual combat. Catwoman didn't know if she was traumatized when she was young, or if she was a Gotham citizen. She was more or less mentally ill. She seemed to have a sensory disorder. Her self-awareness was completely focused on height. She was full of confidence when she wore high-heeled shoes, but when she changed into flat shoes, her aura plummeted. She was 1.7 tall, but she still wore high-heeled shoes every day. From afar, she looked 1.8 tall. This height made many suitors flinch. Her appearance could be said to be the prettiest girl Thea had ever met. Her figure was even more so. When she was young, she fed the stray cats every day and stole milk from them. Her figure made Thea, who was of the same gender, feel moved just by looking at her. While she was listening attentively to Catwoman's experience in actual combat, footsteps were heard. 3 gang members carrying machine guns and 1 carrying a rocket launcher passed by Thea's table aggressively. This time, without Thea asking with her eyes, Catwoman could tell that something was wrong. In just a short while, 3 groups of people had charged in. The last few were carrying rocket launchers. Judging from their posture, this wasn't an ordinary gang dispute. The 2 girls had a feeling that today's meal would not be paid for. Women always had a sixth sense. With a loud bang, the entire restaurant quieted down. However, the silence didn't last for more than a few seconds. Screams came from the kitchen. Run, run! The few people who went in earlier ran out with their faces covered in blood. A few of them ran while throwing their weapons. Among them, a bald man stood out. He didn't leave through the door. Instead, he covered his head with his clothes and found a weak spot in the wall. With a loud bang, he broke through the wall and rushed out. Thea was stunned. The successor of the Iron Head art? What a tough guy. But what's going on? The 2 girls looked at each other, looking at the few people running away as if they wished they had more legs. Catwoman knew that something was wrong. Thea could understand Chinese, but the few people's accents were Americanized. They were neither Chinese nor foreign, so all she could hear was the word run. I hate situations like this. Thea didn't bring any equipment with her. She thought that nothing would happen in the police's area, but it was too late for regrets now. Catwoman was also dressed casually. She only had a dagger with her. However, looking at the chaos around her, she didn't have any intention of performing the 72 steps of Tantue. Since we can't start the fight, let's just run. Catwoman pulled Thea and ran out. Chapter 57. The 2 ladies were both agility-type heroes. Their long legs made them look like they were flying. They did not need to run faster than the Flash, as long as they could run faster than the customers in the restaurant. The 2 ladies gave the crowd a live performance of Run, Sisters. After running out of the restaurant, they found an open space and joined the crowd of onlookers. Since they did not know what was going on, as the host, Catwoman could not shirk her responsibility. She was also curious. Under Thea's gaze, she found a gangster who had entered the restaurant earlier and dragged him to the corner of the wall. After a round of punches and kicks, she returned to Thea's side. It's Killer Croc. I think he jumped out from the sewers. He killed 2 people at the scene. I didn't expect him to be released. Thea didn't ask who it was. In any case, she knew that Batman's team had dealt with him before. That was easy. This meant that there was a strategy. Many villains were very powerful in the early stages, but later on, they were reduced to soy sauce and replaced by new villains. The key point here was that the heroes had a strategy. The same trick wouldn't work on Saint Seiya the second time. There was a similar setting here. Many villains had mutated abilities. The first time, they didn't understand the situation and fought fiercely, but the second time, they could easily take the opponent's head. Abilities were temporary, but technology was a lifetime. Thea was more certain of her technology enhancement path. That was it. In fact, she had no choice but to do so. She was forced to do so by the situation. If she had Kryptonian blood, she would have found a beach to sunbathe. Why would she practice martial arts? She did not have a choice. Just as she was about to ask Catwoman to explain the strategy, the load-bearing wall of the Chinese restaurant not far away suddenly shattered. The entire building slowly collapsed and finally turned into a pile of rubble under everyone's gaze. What a pity. The fish in this restaurant is really good. Hearing Catwoman's murmur, Thea could only express her admiration for Gotham's strong mental fortitude. Let's go. Catwoman pulled Thea and walked out. Were they leaving just like that? What happened to the Friends of Justice, the defenders of the city? It's not good for us to just leave like this. After all, we ate a lot of food and didn't pay. We should help if we can. Can't you see that the restaurant owner has already fainted from crying in the toilet? Catwoman seemed to know her doubts and patiently explained. According to Killer Crocodile's past habits, he won't go on land when there are many people. He often moves in places with water such as sewers. Let's go back to change clothes and get equipment. He won't go too far. There is a small artificial lake not far from here. He will most likely go there. Thea scratched her head when she heard that they were going to fight underwater. Her equipment would be completely useless if she went underwater. She had never tested it underwater, and she had never heard of the hero who could shoot arrows underwater. Besides, she was also very resistant to getting wet. If they all wanted to go underwater, she could only support them mentally. Just as the two of them were rushing back, Thea's phone rang. Felicity's voice came from the phone. Thea, are you guys still at the scene? Listen to me, Killer Crocodile is in a man-made lake not far from you. Their naming skills are terrible. She muttered in a low voice. Robin is rushing over. Barbara is a little worried. You guys go and help him. Thea valued the taciturn Robin. After all, he was Batman's first disciple. If Batman didn't have a daughter, he would definitely be his son-in-law. Although Felicity didn't say that the situation was serious, it was still dangerous. There's no time to get equipment. Let's just go there. Sia hung up the phone and turned to ask for Feline Girl's opinion. Feline Girl was even more concerned about her teammates. Not to mention Robin, she would not even leave Barbara, who she did not get along with, in the lurch. She immediately led the way, and the two ran towards the artificial lake. The more they walked, the more remote the area became. There were more trees around, and the traces of pedestrians gradually decreased. After walking through a sandy area, Sia finally saw the so-called artificial lake. It seemed to be a large amusement park, but it had been completely abandoned due to lack of maintenance. The dilapidated wooden horses and the broken Ferris wheel added a touch of gloominess to this place that used to bring laughter in the past. The artificial lake was located in the north of the amusement park. When the two of them got closer, they saw that Robin was already fighting the killer crocodile with a short stick. This guy is really ugly. That was Thea's first impression. She could only tell from its appearance that it was a humanoid monster that walked upright. Its upper body was naked, and its body was covered in dense dark gray scales. Its head was huge, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. The guy was at least 2 meters tall. Judging by its thick arms and legs, it weighed more than 250 pounds. Thea shook her head. How much did it eat in a day? How did this guy become like this? Was it a malignant experiment or a biochemical modification? Thea saw that Robin was fighting with the big guy without showing any signs of losing. She wasn't too worried. She turned her head to ask Catwoman. She wanted to know more about it, but in fact, it was just to satisfy her curiosity. This guy that we'll call human, for the time being, looked too weird. Look at his sharp teeth and big claws. With such a look, Gotham was able to let him live happily until today without dissecting or slicing him up. Your torch of love relay was pretty good. Catwoman pondered for a moment. Bruce collected his cells. From the current clues, he hasn't undergone any experiments or modifications. He's just a normal human with a little bit of atavism. Looking at the killer crocodile that was punching and kicking Robin in the distance, and still nimbly biting Robin with its big mouth, this was a little bit. This guy looks so bad that even his own mother wouldn't be able to recognize him, and you're telling me that this is a normal human? Are you kidding me? If this guy is a normal human, I'm Superman's 7th grandaunt. The cat girl glanced at Sia from the corner of her eyes and saw that she was frowning and raising her eyebrows. She knew that Sia didn't believe her, so she decided not to take the blame. This conclusion was made by Bruce. If you have any questions, you can ask him when he comes back. After that, the two of them focused on the fight between Robin and the killer crocodile. It didn't take long for Thea to understand that the killer crocodile had not undergone any training. He didn't know any punches or kicks. He only knew how to punch and kick. From this point of view, it wasn't too much for Batman to say that he was a normal human. After paying attention to Robin's combat strength, Thea's impression of Barbara's suitor was that he was a man of few words. However, she didn't expect his fighting style to be of the hot-blooded type. His long black hair danced in the wind, and from time to time, she could hear the sound of his short stick hitting the killer crocodile's body. His strength was really good. He didn't waste Batman's years of training. Thea was conceded that if she didn't use her technological equipment, she should be stronger than him. However, there was also a bit of luck involved. It wasn't a sure win, and if she made a big mistake, she might be defeated. The current situation was very much like a martial artist fighting a normal human with great strength. Although every punch and kick of the normal human was fatal, it was meaningless if the powerful force couldn't hit the opponent. Robin was sure to win. Chapter 58. Robin naturally saw that the two women had already come to his side. As the successor of Batman, who was a bit of a clean freak, he also had a very chivalrous demeanor. He shouted loudly, "Don't go! I can deal with him." Hearing him say that, Thea was a lot more relieved. In fact, she didn't have the slightest intention of going up to help. This killer crocodile came out of nowhere, and the scales on his body had a particularly disgusting mucus. Just looking at it made her feel uncomfortable. Catwoman grew up in the slums, so she could maintain a certain degree of tolerance for mucus. But just now, the wind changed slightly, blowing a rotten smell from the place where the two were fighting. Catwoman, who was caught off guard, hurriedly hid to the side. It was too smelly. She was known as Catwoman. Although she wasn't at the level of a cat, her sense of sight and smell had reached an extremely strong level. This sudden smell made her almost vomit out her lunch. The two women tacitly exchanged glances with each other. They were surprised to find that the two of them didn't have the intention to rush up. They were secretly relieved. Both of them thought in their hearts, "I'm not afraid of being dirty, smelly. I'm just protecting Robin's dignity as a man. If you don't want to, then don't go up." As if it was yesterday, the two women were watching the battle between Batman and Shiva. They crossed their arms and watched from the side, and from time to time, they would make some comments. Robin didn't know the trajectory of the two's hearts. His mouth said that he didn't want to, but in his heart he was thinking that they should hurry up and fight together. He didn't have rhinitis, so after smelling the stench for 10 minutes, his nose was almost numb. He thought that after he shouted, the two heroes would rush up to help regardless of anything. He never thought that the two women would stand aside and watch. What's going on? Robin was a bit puzzled. Catwoman had always been warm-hearted, so she shouldn't leave him in the lurch. Was the problem with this girl from Star City? Is the crime rate in Star City so low because you guys are so honest? You don't want it and you don't want it? Previously, Robin had always thought that the people of Gotham were two-faced and two-faced. This made him, who was an upright person, extremely uncomfortable with it. However, the actions of the people of Star City today had really surprised him. He unexpectedly missed the cunning style of Gotham. Indeed, a house of gold and silver was not as good as one's own doghouse. We, the people of Gotham, also had our redeeming qualities. Thea didn't know that her actions had already labeled Star City as a real city. She was also thinking about how to deal with this kind of enemy, but she couldn't come up with a good idea. This might be the natural enemy of heroines. Let alone herself, even the female Superman and Wonder Woman wouldn't dare to fight him in close combat. Looking at how he was covered in mucus, every time Robin's baton hit him, it would splash a lot of indescribable things everywhere. Would Wonder Woman dare to use the lasso? Do you dare to use your treasured sword to chop me? Unless she didn't want the old one and was ready to use a new one. The best way to deal with this guy was to shoot a frost arrow from afar, freeze him into a big ice block, and then bury him deep underground. It would be safe and would prevent him from polluting the air. The mucus on his body might even promote the growth of plants. The more Thea thought about it, the more disgusted she felt. While her imagination was running wild, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Robin used a Sambo joint technique to break Killer Croc's left hand, or should it be called left claw. Following that, he put away his baton and threw the enemy over his shoulder, but he misjudged the enemy's weight and his own strength. Only half of the shoulder throw was completed. It was thrown out, but the force was almost non-existent. Killer Crocodile didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, it jumped into the lake. It was unknown whether Killer Crocodile was afraid of being beaten or he was naturally timid. When he swam to the center of the lake, he popped his head out of the water to provoke Robin. Perhaps his vocal cords had deteriorated, but the sound coming out of his mouth didn't sound like a human's voice, but some kind of incomprehensible roar. It wasn't appropriate for the two women to continue watching, so they quickly walked towards Robin. However, after taking a few steps, they stopped at the same time. There was no other way. Robin's body was now full of smell, especially after the last shoulder throw. He was stained with a lot of messy things. The originally black and red skin-tight clothes were now covered in patches of white and green mucus. Needless to say, it was disgusting. Thea made an inviting gesture to Catwoman, which meant that she didn't know him well, and that she was his teammate, so she should go up and talk to him. At the same time, she thought mischievously, "Robin, if you don't shower 8 times when you go back home, Barbara won't let you enter the house." Catwoman couldn't blame Thea for her lack of loyalty. This was her teammate, and it was indeed a little too much for her to stay away from him. She could only pinch her nose and go up to talk to him. Robin was the same as Batman. On the surface, he seemed to be tolerant of women, but in fact, he didn't know how to talk to women. Looking at him following behind Barbara every day without saying a word, it was obvious that he was a big boy who was so honest that he was almost dull. So, not to mention that the two girls were just watching. Even if they wanted to hit him when he was down or even stab him in the back, he would only ask why and if there were any difficulties. He wouldn't stab them in the back. "Are you hurt?" Catwoman tried her best to hide her sense of smell, hinting that she didn't smell anything, and recalled the delicious taste of fried fish, grilled fish, fried fish, and so on. What? Crocodiles were also fish. Crocodiles were fish and they were reptiles. Catwoman, who was very sensitive to fish, would tell everyone that they had nothing to do with fish. No. Robin, who was fighting with his blood boiling, didn't know that there were so many things attached to his body. He only felt that although the enemy had run away, the stench was still lingering around his nasal mucosa. He wondered if his nose was damaged. He went back and found a doctor to check on him. Superheroes didn't have medical insurance, and they had to be treated in advance if there was a problem with their bodies. He was a little angry when he saw that Killer Crocodile hadn't run far, and had instead poked his head out of the water to provoke him. In fact, it wasn't just Thea. Batman's team wasn't good at water battles either, or it could be said that other than the Sea King, superheroes didn't have the habit of fighting underwater. So, there was really no good way to deal with such a guy other than to trick him into fighting on land. "Come up if you have the ability. I can kill you with one hand." Robin used all his taunting skills, trying to trick the other party out first. "Come down if you have the ability. I'll give you a handicap of my legs." Killer Crocodile wasn't a fool, and he still had the IQ of an ordinary person. Although Thea and Catwoman were standing a little far away, they were still surrounding him. He couldn't even beat Robin, so how could he go up and seek death? Next, it was time for a war of words. "Come down. Come up. Come down if you have the ability. Come up if you have the ability." The two of them scolded each other from a distance for 5 minutes, and reality proved that no one was more stupid than the other. Killer Crocodile wasn't fooled at all, and he floated steadily on the water. At the same time, his stubborn temper rose. He thought to himself that even if you have help, I'm not afraid in the water. I won't go out even if you beat me to death. I'll anger you to death. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, a motorcycle came from afar with a beep sound. Chapter 59. Yo, it's Barbara. She's fast. Catwoman, who had good eyesight, was the first to notice her. Wasn't that right? Batgirl, who was wearing a black cloak, yellow gloves, and yellow boots, quickly approached them like a gust of wind. "Robin, are you okay?" Barbara ignored the two girls who were watching from the side. She saw Robin standing by the lake with his hands on his waist, panting. She thought he was injured. Actually, Robin had shouted too hard just now and was suffering from a chest pain. He was different from Killer Crocodile. Killer Crocodile was 2 meters tall and weighed more than 500 kilograms. Usually, his voice was like thunder. He was just an ordinary person, and even among the heroes, he was considered thin and weak. It was indeed tiring to shout at the top of his lungs like a human speaker for 5 minutes. Seeing that he didn't reply, Barbara thought he was seriously injured. She looked reproachfully at the two girls who were standing upright at the side. "You're too much." She threw the motorcycle aside and ran towards Robin. You're blaming us for this?" Thea felt that this person was too brainless. He took everything for granted and used his own thoughts to measure everything. What was the same as what he knew was right, and what was different was wrong. Seeing that she was about to run over to Robin, she gave Catwoman a teasing look. Both of them changed their expressions to that of watching a good show. Io! Babla ran really fast. It seemed that she and Robin had quite a deep relationship. However, when she was 2 meters away from Robin, she realized that something was wrong. Robin's white and green clothes made his originally very serious combat uniform look like a scavenger's. Moreover, there was a strong pungent smell. Anyway, she had never smelled such a bad smell since she was a spoiled child. She hurriedly gestured for Robin to stop. Actually, Robin didn't go forward. Instead, he took a few steps back. He was simple but not stupid. After scolding by the lake for a long time, he had already realized the abnormality of his body. If he were to give his girlfriend a hug with his broken clothes, there would only be 2 results. Either Barbara couldn't take it and turned into a black person, or he would be beaten until he turned into charcoal. There was no question of breaking up here. It was either you die or I die. There was no difference whether they broke up or not. Seeing that her boyfriend did not pounce on her, Babla heaved a sigh of relief. She carefully examined his accessories again, and the more she looked at them, the more disgusted she felt. She kept retreating. When she retreated until she could no longer smell the pungent odor, she found herself standing beside the 2 heroines. She said unhappily, "You already knew? Are you happy? Laugh if you want to." Thea chuckled. She didn't intend to give her any face at all. Once again, she fully displayed the simple and optimistic spirit of the people of Star City. "Since you agreed to let me laugh, then I'll laugh." Watching the 2 of them act like they were performing a stage play, it was indeed very funny. If he could recite a few more lines from Romeo and Juliet, the effect would be even better. Catwoman couldn't be so heartless. She still had to work in this team. She held back her laughter and changed the topic. What should we do next? Yes, what should he do next? The 5-man team was all present. Although there were no cameras here, Thea saw a drone hovering above their heads. Felicity automatically stood in the mascot position and cheered for everyone. However, the 4 of us are all damage dealers, and we are all agility-type damage dealers. Against a boss with thick HP, this team composition is terrible. Of course, 2 of us didn't have any equipment. How are we supposed to fight like this? Let's just retreat. Babla didn't know what Thea was thinking. She asked politely, "Miss Thea, do you have any suggestions?" No. Thea had only been in Gotham for a short period of time. Even the names of the monsters were told to her by Catwoman. When she thought of Catwoman, she naturally thought of the question she had asked before. How did you guys catch this guy in the past? Didn't he have this powerful stench aura when you guys caught him the last time? Or is this a new skill that he learned recently? Or did he come up with it to deal with you guys? If that's the case, this guy who's about to degenerate into the Cretaceous period has quite a high IQ. How did you catch him in the past? In response to Thea's question, Babla immediately said that even though she looked mature, she was still a child. She really didn't know anything about the past. She wanted to ask the middle-aged woman beside her for more details. Catwoman thought for a while. She had no recollection of this monster. Maybe she was busy at the time and robbed the rich to help the poor? She only knew that she didn't do it. If she had seen it in the past, she would have remembered it. Seeing the 2 of them shaking their heads, Thea knew that things were bad. Fortunately, there was someone who seemed to know about it. She said to Babla, "Call Robin over. We'll ask him." Actually, they were not far away. They could have shouted at the top of their lungs. However, Thea was afraid that there was a secret. If they heard it, the killer crocodile in the lake would also hear it. It would be embarrassing to read the strategy in front of the boss, right? Therefore, it was best to call Robin over and ask him softly. Babla waved her hand and called Robin, who was still in a daze by the lake, over. "What's the matter?" Robin walked over, but when he was 2 meters away from them, the 3 women raised one hand and gestured for him to stop. He could only stand there helplessly. Babla asked the question again. "I don't know either. Don't you know?" Robin was puzzled. If he knew, would he be in such a miserable state? He didn't even know if Babla would let him into the house tonight. Do you think I'm crazy? I'm happy to be in such a miserable state. The few of them were a little confused. They looked at each other. Was Batman the only one who knew? Did he just kill the boss without anyone noticing? But they didn't know where he was now. Did Alfred know? Did Director Gordon know? Thea was completely convinced by their team. Look at Boss Batman. Whether it was the enemy or his own people, they all recorded their abilities and restraining methods in a small black notebook. You guys, on the other hand, didn't even have a record of what you fought. You guys were a bunch of good-for-nothings. In the end, the three members of Bat's family looked at Thea at the same time and asked her if she had any ideas. Of course, Thea had an idea. Her principle was to be prepared in advance. She had thought about it earlier. Frost Arrow was the most suitable way to deal with this stinky and strong guy. She would hide far away and shoot an arrow. She didn't believe that he wouldn't be frozen. If one arrow wasn't enough, she would shoot 2 arrows. The problem was that she didn't prepare many arrows. Coupled with the high cost, she only prepared 5 frost arrows. Her original plan was to use them against Bane. That guy had a big head and a thick neck. His arms could run horses and his fists could stand people. Perhaps his only weakness was his slow speed. If she limited his speed, he would be knocked down by a wave of ranged attacks no matter how strong he was. She could only worry about the future. She had to deal with the present first. Thea nodded. I have an idea, but I have to go back and get my equipment. You guys hold him back first. I'll be back soon. She picked up the motorcycle that Babla had ridden earlier and drove out.